Thank you, Mrs. Tillman, for taking our photo. Huge thanks for your support. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our session that's dedicated to using data from Earth observation satellites and about the national cases and about analysis on our process. Thank you for joining us for today's our session, and I would like to introduce my colleagues and our guests to our session. Thank you for joining us. And first, our panelist is Ismet Bakhshov. He's from Azercosmos, Azerbaijan Space Agency. And Ismet is a director of GIS Center at Azercosmos. Welcome, Ismet. And
thank you.
The next our colleague is Fani. Ms. Fani. She's from EBRD, and she is a principal manager at EBRD, and I convinced that she will share lots of investment ideas about it. And the next and the last our panelist is Sohal. Welcome. Sohal is from Director International Strategies at ESRI company. Welcome to our session. Welcome.
Thank you.
Great. Now we will start with our session, just using some questions. Okay. Yes, our session is dedicated to Earth observation solutions and Earth observation investment and trends and challenges. Right now, according to some reports, economical reports, it said that Earth observation trend is increasing 10% every year. So how do you think Earth data for food security, agriculture, climate change, what about the using? What's the importance of the Earth observation data in nowadays? Yes, Ismet.
Okay, thank you. Actually, there are many fields of applications for satellite imagery. One of them is agriculture, which is very sensitive to any change. So the importance comes for agriculture because by using the satellite data, we are able to see and to analyze the situation and then plan our activities. For example, you imagine you are able to see your farms from the space in real time. So by merging this, and also this data gives you accurate information about soil, weather, and about the vegetation. By merging this valuable information with the farming practices, they can make the practices more efficient, more sustainable. Another use case for the opportunity this information is for the climate change, because the satellite data gives huge information about our globe, including the weather, oceans, and lands. By adding to this huge data, advanced technology, it can generate the information and understanding what's happening, what's the amount of the change, which directly contributes to climate change. Then after that, we can generate the strategies to mitigate to effects, and then after understanding situation, to adapt to the new situation. Also, another case is I talked about the previous data and also the current data. What about the future? If there's no future information, prediction, it's not, let's say, useful information for decision making, for adaptation, for mitigation. So there should be some accurate models which can accurately predict the situation in our change in our globe. Then accordingly, it's possible to create the strategies for mitigation and adaptation.
Thank you, Ismet. Yes, while the Earth observation data processing is skyrocketed in the world right now, dear Fanny, how do you think about the investment? In which area especially we need investment to Earth observation data, and we need to facilitate to everybody, just to reach by someone, or even the farmers, every people can use Earth observation data very easily. Okay, what about the investment process?
It's working? Hi. So thank you for having me here today, and thank you to Azercosmos and the IAF, of course, for having me. If you don't mind, I'll just quickly, I don't know if we have Slido, but I don't know if people know who EBRD is. So EBRD is European Bank for Reconstruction and Development. So can you raise your hand if you've ever heard about EBRD? Oh, okay.
Yes,
that's good.
So enough hands, okay.
That's not too bad. I thought it would be worse. So my name is Fanny Kalyanu de Jong, and I work for the EBRD in the climate strategy and delivery team of the bank. And we are a multilateral development bank, so we invest in economies that are transitioning, as we call, to market economies. And we've been doing that since 1991. We are owned by 71 countries, so the word European in front of the bank doesn't really explain a lot. And it's misleading. We did have a chat before, and you know, the word European is misleading. We are owned by 71 bilateral countries, including also the EU and EIB, but of course the USA, Japan, Canada could go on and on. So we are multilateral, and we invest from Central Asia. We have an office in Baku, all the way to the Eastern European area. We also invest in the Mediterranean, Northern Africa, and we're going sub-Saharan. all this big story, just to zoom in now to the green elements of the bank. So we've been investing about 50 billion euros, I'm not kidding, 50 billion euros of green investment since 2006, which makes us quite unique in the IFI world, in the international financial institution. So we like to be called the green bank, and that's why I'm wearing green, just to prove a point. But for us, this is, beyond just a business. We know we need to invest more into sustainable technologies, green technologies in all our countries of operation. But what we are good at is to bring, alongside our investments, to bring also private sector financing. So we mobilize that on top of what we invest. So the numbers I gave you, imagine we are doubling that in private sector financing that come along. So there is business in there. But for me, Earth observation is obviously one of the solutions, because climate change hasn't been resolved. As you can see, I mean, if you look at my own home country, I'm Greek. So if you look at what happened in Greece the last 3 months, we had fires, wildfires, we had floods, we had everything, and it's not a pretty picture. So I do want to show the urgency is not only about investment, it's about resolving a problem. And we need all the help we can get at this stage. So I hope the audience agrees with me, but clearly, climate change is not at our doorstep, it's in the house. Literally, it's in the house. So what do we do for that? Earth observation have been around for decades. We've been observing, looking, seeing, monitoring, but if all that data is not used to actually address the problems, find solutions, ideally affordable solutions that are scalable, then we're not doing anything. And I'm a bit amazed that in EBRD we don't have a space team. I mean, I don't know, I haven't mentioned space in my title or in my unit's name, is because we do invest in satellites, we do a lot, but it's not being called space, because nowadays space actually is involved in everything. Every sector, so we have an agriculture team, we have a transport team, banking teams, everything, but there's no space word in there because the penny hasn't dropped yet. It's dropping now. Clearly the bubble is open. I heard yesterday quite a few people talk about the bubble, space bubble. You're talking to yourselves. No, you're not. I'm here. I'm not a space person, but I see the link, and I think Earth observation will be part of the solution, needs to be part of the solution. You mentioned agriculture. I mean, for us, it's a no-brainer, especially precision farming, anything you can use to make farming more efficient, smarter. But we have to be conscious that we're talking about farming is a tradition in many countries. We should not forget how we communicate, to who we communicate, and how do we explain why we think you need to go there. Why do you need that kind of data and make it into a solution to resolve your issues? Because if you talk to data to a farmer, they will be like, that has nothing to do with my tradition. All these years I've passed it on to my, the next generation, and you need to actually communicate that this will make you smarter, more efficient, better, land management, crop production. So yes, I mean, I see a lot of investment opportunities also because all these technologies, they need investment. And I'm a bank, so obviously it's we need to join the dots. Thank you.
Yes, Fanny, actually and factually, it is a nice challenge that we need to mobilize our, power to firstly communicate why we need Earth observation satellite and why we need Earth observation data. It's just a raw material, okay, we understand. But how can we use this raw material for tackling any kind of problem in the Earth? Because our Earth is okay, we have some problems, we have security, we have food security, climate change, lots of problems, and environmental challenges. Okay, so firstly, to explain to community first, communication, why we need it, why. If you find the why, okay, investment, everything can be solved, I think. Huge thanks for your challenging words. Yes, well, we are talking about the 10 years expectations, 10 years about the GIS sector, geospatial data, Earth observation data, and as well as investment. But what about the application? And what about which application can help and can support us on this pathway?
Thank you very much for the question. Let me start with few statements. When I started my career in the GIS field and remote sensing field, like late 90s, finding a satellite imagery was extremely difficult. And if you would ever find a satellite image, I mean, it will be like maybe 30 meter resolutions or 15 meters, sorry, 30 kilometer resolution or 15 kilometer resolution, which was like massive. You can't really see anything out of it. Now, I believe we're living in the I would say golden age of remote sensing and Earth observation. Massive amount of data are being captured daily, and data of all kind of, I would say, of all resolutions, and super, super accurate data, 30 centimeter resolutions. And if we would consider like aerial photography or drones, you can go down to 1 centimeter resolution. So simply, you can see everything you need to see, and on Earth and underground and underwater. You can see like all kind of data, and you can capture all kind of data. And this data will be, I mean, used for all kind of applications, We believe that Earth observation is a fantastic data capture and data verification also tool and analytics. When we consider like, I mean, the UN Sustainable Development Goals, like 17 goals, I mean that each country need to report, I mean, their progress on each one of these goals. You would find that Earth observation provides support and helps with the verification and the progress reporting, maybe on 12 to 14 goals out of the 17. Like starting from hunger, you can easily, I mean, detect the crop yields, I mean, locations. You can come up with estimates and census for the crop yields around the entire country. You can also monitor access to clean water supply. You can manage and detect like poverty, because simply from the urban signature, you can tell if this neighborhood is for high income area or low income area based on the lights and the cars and the type of the urban area. I mean, you can go through all kind of sustainable development goals, each one of the goals, and you would find that the technology and tons of applications are out there now ready to help decision makers and countries to report and detect all kind of this. And on top of that, again, back to what my friend Esmat said, the GIS applications or the Earth observation applications is all over the place. It helps with, I mean, decision making on government level, on policy level, on all levels. So I believe we're living in a golden age for remote sensing and Earth observation.
Yes, so thank you for and valuable thoughts about it. And yes, actually applications are more not only valuable, but we need to benefit from applications in every details. Because I know that while working with ISMET, we know that the processing images and data, it's not simple thing. But of course, and another challenge is how to use this material after processing. We need, okay, programs, application, we know that, but how to deliver to the end user? It's a global challenge problem, and it's not problem, just like issue. We can estimate the issue. Okay, thank you for regarding your these questions also, and I will moving along to our next questions about now that as known that certain goal of UN called combating climate change. Okay, we have approached some points to about the climate change, but what about the direct way? And what about the national cases, for example, for our climate change? Ismet, I would like to start with you because we have some interesting facts about the climate change and as a field of the national cases.
Okay, thank you. As a part of this globe, we are also facing the changes in climate. So by observing the previous and current situation, and we are creating the valuable information for the government just for understanding the situation. I can give examples. Just if we compare current floods happening in our country, it is 30 times more than just comparing a few years before. It's increased in a huge way. So it is it's a signal that the upcoming years we have to be ready for the situations, and the floods, and our country, it's not a usual events for our country, but it happens now. It's in our door. That's why what we can do for to be sustainable to this situation. Of course, by itself, the Earth observation data is a huge amount of the pixels, may not be enough information for end users such as farmers, government, but how to do it's valuable. Of course, there should be enforcement for private companies. There should be support by government. By investment, we can enforce them to be creative, innovation, new applications that can use this amount of data to create valuable information. Another issue, it's not issue, just data transparency, and also the data sharing is very important. Just imagine the petabytes of the data. You have to process it and get valuable information from this. You need the infrastructure and open data sharing that it's valuable by enforcing the private sectors to create new applications, which is important for farmers, for decision makers.
Yes, Ismet, regarding to the national cases, we know that you are also preparing some reports.
Yeah. The report is, we are preparing reports starting from including agriculture, drought, floods, deforestation, glaciers, and what the very interesting thing is the Caspian Sea. Everywhere they talk about the increasement water level, but in the Caspian Sea there's a decreasement. It's due to its geographical definition, because it's not actually the sea, it's the largest lake. So income from the rivers reduced and evaporation is increased, and high temperatures is forced to decrease the sea level. It's also upcoming challenge for us. We provide then the water amount, information about water amount, how it's changed, because Azerbaijan, more than 80% of the water resources is from abroad. It generates from different countries, and by the rivers come to the country. It's also a very sensitive point for our country. So, but creating the report, it's just one way, but the sharing the report is more important. For this, we are using the applications, just putting the report application to public, to the all government entities to think about and to be ready for the upcoming challenges.
Yes, Mr.
Yes, I have one comment to add here. You know, like, I mean, we're based in California, and the climate change from our perspective is real, and it's happening faster than we can ever anticipate. Like, last month, we got the first hurricane in California in 100 years, never. And even California is not ready to deal with like massive amount of rains and, I mean, hurricane type of disaster. If you watch the news last week, New York City received massive amount of flooding. I mean, the amount of rains that dropped in New York was more than the rains that usually would drop in New York in 1 month, in maybe a few hours. And the flooding was all over the place. So, I mean, we believe that climate change is significant, and it's really, I mean, threatening all of us. But the reality is not everyone understands or believes in that. They believe that climate change is for like techies and like nerds, and it's not really real, but it's real and it's happening, and it's impacting all of us. In the US, we developed a portal called CMRA, Climate Mapping Resilience Adapter. It's an online portal made for the White House. And this portal is available for any counties, any cities, any community in the US where they can study the expected climate change impact on their community, and also assess the readiness to deal with the expected, like, I mean, disaster, be it like fire, wildfire, or rain, or so. I mean, so again, we're trying to make the technology So we create the technology, the Earth observation centers and satellite companies produce the data, and we make these data available for communities. You don't have to be technical. You could be a banker, and you can just like use the portal, assess your location, assess the risk factors you have for your location or your community, and then get ready and even determine your budget. Like, I need budget to protect my community before maybe the winter hits, and so on and so forth. So making the technology and the data available for everyone is becoming real now.
Yes, Fanny, I believe you have some ideas about it.
Yes, actually, I just wanted to say the golden age of Earth observation data is happening, but I feel we're also sitting on a gold mine. So I think we talk about data, and as I said, it needs to translate to who we talk about. I mean, data. We need to talk about problems and how to resolve them. I think, you know, if you don't actually explain what are the benefits of Earth observation data, people will not pick it up. Governments may do on climate change. I mean, we work with many governments to discuss their NDCs, the big, you know, pledges. And thanks to Earth observation, we can monitor greenhouse gases and methane emissions. And now we have that, you know, global methane pledge also that was, I think, announced at the COP26, so a few years ago, in Glasgow. And the only way to look at methane is from up there, right? It's you know, that's how we can see the biggest emitters. But I would say responsibility right now lies, I mean, I know I'm, you know, a bit doom and gloom, but as we said, climate change is here. It's no longer a question. But we have to act urgently, and this golden age, we need to use it, down to solutions, scalable in every country. And it's not only the job of the governments, we need the private sector. New space economy is rising at a fast pace, and we agree that, you know, the private sector is right there. Is, you know, every day I'm sure that there are new actors coming into play. And we need to feel that we are all part of the solution. So governments, of course, but businesses and individuals. I mean, I may be here as, you know, in my capacity of EBRD, but I'm also a consumer, I'm an investor, I'm a mother, I'm a, you know, a global citizen. So for us, we need to think about the big picture and not look at, you know, today and tomorrow and how much we can make out of this. Because again, planet is our home. That's how I like the analogy. And the next tenants, the next people occupying it will not be us. Hopefully by 2050, when net zero will happen, I'm still around, but you never know. You know, the next generations, they deserve, you know, a clean house. You know, when you change, you move out, you expect it to be clean. I like to simplify sometimes the messages just because you need to reach to everyone. This is everyone's problem right now, and I think we need all the help we can get. We need to tackle it together. We need to form partnerships with every different, you know, angle of the equation, and that involves citizens, governments, and businesses. So for me, it's all about, you know, I like the phrase collective complementarity, because ultimately everyone is different. We're all different, but what do we bring in to make the solution happen faster and better and more efficiently? Usually, we act better with more purpose when we have a common goal and we see the common goal. I think it gives us more, I think at least it motivates me when I know that we're all, you know, looking at the same goal together. So yes, for me it's important. Earth observation, great, but we need to use it precisely to solve problems that we have now. Thank you.
Thank you, Fanny. Yes, as you mentioned that we are now on the golden age of the Earth observation data and Earth observation solutions. Actually, without any specific and dedicated skills, it couldn't be to improve Earth observation opportunities in the world. For example, as known that Earth observation sector is rapidly developing. So exactly which strategy and what kind of strategy we need to involve and collaborate with the stakeholders from private and public sector. For example, recently we have opened our Aerospace Monitoring Center with our National Academy, National Aviation Academy, and our students are trained, are prepared, and regarding Earth observation application, how they can use, how they can process images. So, do we have any kind of direct strategy regarding to Earth observation processing data to convey it to end users very easily? Yeah, It doesn't
So-
matter
Thank you. So simply, I mean, I would like to add, I mean, I'm not sure if I was able to get exactly what your question, but let me comment here, because I think, I mean, the objective is making sure that the Earth observation data is used by the end user, available for even like citizens, like in the startup communities. I mean, that's critical. And I believe the three of us represent, I mean, the three main, I would say, stakeholders: government, and Earth observation, investors, and technology companies. That's exactly the three components you need to ensure that the Earth observation is used and it's available for anyone who needs to use Earth observation. Last week in Africa, in Cape Town, I mean, the Earth observation, I mean, community, they ran some sort of competition for startup communities in Africa. They received more than maybe 100 applications for startup ideas. I mean, all dependent on Earth observation data. And they ended up selecting 40 companies, all developed different applications developed by young Africans, focusing on fixing local problems in their local communities using Earth observation and geospatial technologies. And they invited World Bank and other global organizations to see if they can fund these ideas. And they finalized, I mean, I think the finalists were like 15 companies representing maybe 10, 12 countries, African countries. And the ideas were impressive. I literally sat the entire time listening to, I mean, the early 20s, young entrepreneurs out of Africa using satellite data, aerial data to enhance the agriculture sector in their country, or, I mean, deal with climate change issues in their country, or make it easy for farmers to have access to funding, and so on and so forth, using geospatial technology and using Earth observation. So I believe that like government need to make the data available. Earth observation centers needs to find ways to make sure that young developers and startup communities would have access to such a great technology. We, from technology perspective, we make our technology free for any startup communities. We support education free of charge. We provide training, free materials, encouraging everyone to use the technology and build all kinds of applications for the sake of, I mean, having better future. That's the ultimate goal.
You have addings about it? About the strategies, exact strategies?
No, the strategy is to make sure that it works and it's affordable, and then we can invest. I think to reach the end users, as I said, you know, if it becomes too, I would say, almost elite to use some of these data, and you need yearly subscriptions, and I mean, I can be a bit more open about these things, but I do think that many will struggle to use it if they just need one or two monitoring for their, let's say, developments. So I do think that we need to find a way to make it more scalable, and that would mean affordable. Because yes, I mean, we can make all the money we want, but ultimately, if we don't resolve the issues, then it's as I said, the data just sits there and is not being utilized in its full potential, and it has potential. And again, agriculture is one of the most promising areas of remote sensing, right? So this is where we can use it now, especially with the food security issues. We all understand, what happened after, the war in Ukraine as well. So just to say that population is rising, food demand will rise, deforestation will rise because we need more food. So it's not circular economy at all. It's actually a vicious circle. So we need to get smarter at this. So for me, it's make it not publicly available. I understand there's business behind, but make it more affordable for everyone to use, the farmers, everyone, businesses, and they can translate the data into greener practices, but not only a few, everyone, all sectors. And we invest in all sectors, so that would be great. Thank you.
Yes, as resonated with our IAC 2023 theme that let's give space a chance. Let's give a chance to them. Yes, Ismail, do you have any add-ins about the strategy?
Yes, actually, I agree with the opinions. Also, I will add only one thing. Only the way to have the sustainable environment, there is collaboration is essential. We have to break the barriers between governments, countries, the public and private sectors to I would say, work in hand, to get the maximum result benefits from the space, I mean Earth observation data, to fight and with the upcoming or the current challenges to make sustainable world and environment. Yes, thank you.
Yes, now we have, I hope, some questions from our audience. Yes, we listen to you, first one. The lady is having a question.
Thank you. Yes. Good evening. I want to know, Fanny, in your bank, how you evaluate the risks in this class of projects when you take the decision to finance, how you evaluate the geopolitical risks, how you evaluate that can be the risk about the deforestation, the whatever phenomenon can happen, and how all these risks by regions has results in the numbers that now you are financing in the market. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Of course, we have a climate risk team, actually. So since the bank has become almost fully green, 50% green of everything we invest is actually green. And if I give you just a number of last year, so we invested about 12 billion euros worth of investment across all the 38 countries where we invest, and 50% of that was in the green sector. So roughly 6 billion euros were invested in green. So we do have a risk assessment that is also including the climate risk management in there. But we are also fully Paris aligned. We are basically following the objectives of the Paris Agreement for all our portfolio, either it's green or non-green. The geopolitical risk assessment is something that we have a team to do. I don't know specifically for 38 countries, but of course that's taken into account every time we invest. We are also known to be one of the MDBs or international financial institution that takes more risk. Actually, we wouldn't go where others go, or the local people can go. If they can do it, great. We don't need to be involved. We want to go beyond that. We want to take more risk, especially if we have three principles: sound banking, so it needs to be commercially viable. So we're not charity, sorry. So it needs to be sound banking, commercially viable, but it needs to have a transition impact. We call it transition impact. We need to know we're making an impact and that our investment actually gives more than just financing. And that we do in different ways. We have also technical assistance embedded in the investments we do. So we would have experts or consultants that are deployed to make sure the projects on the ground happen properly. And we have policy dialogue as well. So we do speak to governments, of course we do. For example, if we want the private sector in a country, specific country, to invest more in renewables or in green technologies, but the actual regulatory framework is not enabling the private sector to invest, then we talk to the government. We try to make it, to understand where are the barriers. Why are the investors not investing in sustainability? So the risk factor is always there, but we are known to go beyond and try to take more risks just to make an impact. And the last one was additionality. So sound banking, transition impact, and additionality. We need, again, to show what more do we bring on the, on a project than just money. I hope I answered a bit. Thank you.
Thank you. The last question from audience. Yes, one more lady is having a question. Last question, only last question.
Thank you so much. This is Ainura from Azercosmos. As a main and leading GIS software provider, Esri, I would like to address this question to Mr. Sohail. So, what emerging technologies or trends in GIS and remote sensing are likely to have a significant impact on sustainable development for the near future?
That's a tough question. So simply, I think like everyone now is talking about like artificial intelligence and the integration between, or using artificial intelligence, I mean, to analyze Earth observation data would open so many doors and so many like application areas for investors to invest in. I mean, as we speak now, I mean, we're working with multiple major startup communities working on building applications that leverages geospatial technology and artificial intelligence to produce, I mean, new solution areas and new applications that would change the world. I mean it from all perspectives. Our ability to detect like crop health would be like unheard of, very accurate. Our ability to be more efficient in supplying the plants with water would be more, effective and would allow us to expand and go and cultivate more lands. Our ability to deliver food to the needy, would be the sky is the limit when you integrate artificial intelligence with geospatial technology, because then the system would be able to take, human decisions. Again, based on massive amount of information and ability. So the bankers would be super busy supporting and funding these organizations. Massive amount of data are going to be available and information products. So I'm expecting like in the coming maybe 12 to 18 months, the landscape of the geospatial industry would be totally different when these new application areas would be made available. That's my answer.
Thank you for questions. Okay, dear our panelists, huge thanks for your tremendous support for organizing this our session. So thank you for coming here. Thank you for audience. Huge thanks.
This afternoon, we're going to get right into it here. My name is Clay Morey. I'm the president of the International Astronautical Federation. Thank you for joining us here in the beautiful city of Baku. When I was elected president of the IAF in Dubai, immediately they said to me, what's your mandate? What's your agenda for the next 3 years of your term? And I sat for a moment and reflected and then thought about all the topics and issues I had heard during the many sessions that I was involved with, either attending or actively moderating or participating in Dubai at the IAC. And really the topics were quite clear and obvious to me, in fact. And this is really where I came up with this idea of SIS, sustainability, investment, and security, as themes, 3 themes, which are all, by the way, interconnected, that we should be really focusing on over the next few years. And just to briefly explain, and then we'll get into this discussion, when you talk about sustainability, it has two facets to it. One is sustainability in space, which ties, by the way, back to security very nicely. But sustainability in space is a big issue. Today, the largest actor in space is SpaceX by far, in terms of number of satellites, in terms of number of launches. This is a commercial entity. And you're going to see Kuiper coming. I think the second largest is probably OneWeb satellites. You have companies now operating hundreds, if not thousands, of satellites in orbit. Used to be the capability of a nation state, a strategic asset and capability. It used to be the old answer to that was going to be either the Department of Defense or NASA or somebody else. Now it's commercial operators that have really become the world's largest actors in space. And then sustainability for life here on Earth. And so this sustainability here on Earth is really key. It was said earlier this week at the UN workshop that there's 54 data elements that the United Nations looks at to figure out climate change and climate action mitigation. And 26 of those are related directly and only to space capabilities for to be able to look at those. So we wouldn't understand climate change without space. Investment, there's a huge multi-billion dollars of investment in space that's taken place over the last several years, both governments through funds that they fund and then private sector, private equity investment and individuals investment like people like Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk. So that's a huge driver for what we're seeing in this commercial space revolution, and we want to make sure that these investors and players understand the time horizons, understand the technology's capabilities. And by the way, unless you have a safe, sustainable, and secure environment in space, you're not going to invest in space, right? So again, they're all tied together. Security, when I say security, it's the small s of security. It's not about militarization of space. This is about having secure space in a way. So when you think about this, and there's no common, I would say no common language around this, but it's evolving. When we talk about secure space, we talk about all these actors operating in this heavens above us and the commons above us in a way where we can have best practices, we can have rules and norms and practices that try to get us to a place where we can all operate safely and securely. That goes from radio spectrum to collision avoidance to space traffic management to a whole number of things that will create a long-term ability for people to operate safely in space. So that's the short version, hopefully, of why and how SIS starts. I have 3 fantastic panelists with me today. I appreciate you guys joining me on stage today. And so, Ru, let's start with you. So Ru is an ambassador at the Milo Space Science Institute, which is part of the university, Arizona State University. And she's written and done a lot of work in the law and policy and regulation side of this. And I'm just going to give it to you for a few minutes to talk about your views on SIS.
Thank you very much, Clay. I'll start with a very cheesy pun and say that space does not operate, unfortunately, in a legal vacuum. And I think some of the discussions we have on sustainability always leave out the important element of the role that law and policy plays in fostering certainty and also sustainability. I work for the Milo Space Science Institute, which is creating access to space, and it hinges on 3 important pillars that I'll touch on and link to the policy regulations. Firstly, there is workforce development that we need to look into in training, especially the next generation of scientists, legal scholars, people that can transfer the knowledge and technology to future generations. And I must commend you, Clay, for the initiative that you've taken in ensuring that the next generation has a voice. About 40% of the participants here are next gen under the age of 35. And this is really critical to ensuring that the technologies and the benefits that we create today can be experienced by the next generation. So thank you very much for that. On the business of space, we look at investment policy in a way that not only ensures certainty and confidence, but also ensures that there's a return of investment. And what we need here is an adaptive governance approach that recognizes that technology and new business models are expanding, perhaps faster than the multilateral processes that we have at play. And this is where perhaps soft law dominance can have an intervening role in allowing us to create uniformity amongst standards. And I believe Richard is here. We had a very interesting US-Africa meeting where you said something that really spoke to me, and we need to manage expectations and have continuous dialogue on what are the expectations of the end users and what are the expectations of the commercial entities themselves in ensuring that they remain viable and they have the legitimate political and commercial will to continue their operations. We also have very difficult conversations around the trade and investment related aspects, including, for instance, export policy, and ensuring that we allow this interoperability between not only hardwares and softwares, but also perhaps skilled personnel amongst jurisdictions. There needs to be an openness, especially if we continue to use space as a tool to unite different regions. We need to be able to unite on different common principles of international participation and cooperation. So I hope that these are all discussions that we will continue to foster even going forward. And lastly, on the matter of exploration, I come from Africa, of course, and we frequently are looking for opportunities to include our voice, our stance as emerging nations. And again, this is a core element of sustainability, ensuring that not only next gen, but as diverse actors have an opportunity to share their expectations of outer space as well. I would like to think that Africa is the emerging nation to look out for in the future, and we have a rich cultural heritage that needs to be transcribed into international policy. Looking at, for instance, a case study on mining governance, I see a rich opportunity for Africa to speak into in-situ resource utilization as an example of what multi-stakeholder participation and involvement can result in if we have a clear economic strategy for managing all these different interests in resource development. So to that end, I will conclude by saying space sustainability policy is still growing. It's a very creative exercise, but I certainly hope that with continued discussions along these lines, we can look towards a common future, one that is grounded in international treaty law and that also makes provision for different countries to speak in with their national sovereignty at hand to bring about a good expected end. Thank you.
Thank you, Ru. Marielle. Marielle Borowitz, by the way, is Associate Professor at the School of International Affairs at Georgia Tech. Thank you for joining us. She's written extensively on space traffic management, Earth observation, cislunar. So please, Marielle, give us your thoughts.
Thank you, Clay. Oops. There we go. Thank you, Clay. Got it. Yeah, so I'm so happy to be here today and really interested to talk about this topic of sustainability, investment, and security. You know, to me, as Clay mentioned, I do research on space traffic management, I look at Earth observation issues, and I do cislunar. And I really see this kind of SIS topic across all three of those areas. So when I think about issues of space traffic management, for example, this goes right to the heart of sustainability of our activities in space, right? That the technology that we have, very exciting, but in some ways it's moving faster than our policy has moved and than our ability to coordinate as an international community has moved. So that we're in a situation now where we're doing a pretty good job of monitoring what's in space and trying to predict when there might be conjunctions. But when there is a potential collision, we still have a pretty ad hoc system in terms of, you know, you got to try and find the contact information for the other person, try and pick up the phone, hope they pick up the phone, you know, and then try to coordinate a maneuver. It's a pretty difficult system that's probably not going to scale well at the pace that we're going. So I see a lot of need for work on the sustainability of the system there. And I think part of the solution, at least, is investment, both from governments, who I think are really increasing their SSA capabilities right now, their ability to track and monitor, and also from the private sector that I think is building and bringing new and innovative solutions to this space. And then, of course, it closely ties into security. Like many other areas, you can't really separate watching the skies for safety and sustainability purposes without recognizing that there are also security concerns in space. And so I think really close coordination among these different communities is going to be really important as we move forward. On the Earth observation side, again, you know, Earth observation, as Clay mentioned, is foundational to our ability to understand climate change, as well as a wide variety of other environmental issues. So it plays into security or into sustainability in that way. I think our move towards open access policies to a lot of Earth observation data is hugely important for solving those problems. I think the investment, again, of the commercial sector, commercial remote sensing, playing a really interesting role in what's possible. And I think we have to be creative about how governments and commercial entities work together in that field. And then, of course, again, security closely tied in, particularly with that commercial development. You know, we're the biggest customer that we see for a lot of these commercial remote sensing companies are defense industry actors and national security actors. So being thoughtful about how those relationships are formed and how that kind of changes the transparency of the security environment. And then lastly, in cislunar, again, I think it crosses all these areas. So we've had the idea of returning to the moon for decades. You can go back and see speeches of people wanting to you know, bring back that capability. And it's really only just the last few years that we seem to have gotten a sustainable path, where it really looks like we have the momentum now as a global community to go. And I think it's because it cuts across these three areas. Because we have that civil interest that we always have, it's inspirational, but now we have commercial interest as well, right? And commercial actors that are able to contribute to this goal. And then we have some security interest in the ability to pull across all of these governments, to have this competitive element and cooperative element. I think it's really creating a lot of new opportunities.
Super, thank you. Mariel mentioned private sector involvement, which is this perfect lead-in for our third speaker today, Nobu Okada, who is the CEO and founder of Astroscale, a company really dedicated to on-orbit servicing and having a secure and safe and sustainable ecosystem in orbit. And I think Nobu can talk exactly to this point. And thank you for joining us, Nobu, and appreciate you being on the panel.
Thank you for having me here. I'm Nobu. I'm a big fan of security and sustainability, but let me focus on investment side because I'm taking lead in the investment committee here at IAF. What is the ideal situation of the investment for space community? So we want private sector funding and public funding, and then newcomers create new technologies, innovations, bringing healthy competition, and price goes down, and more application comes, and investors get a return, and more private money, public money comes in. We want to have this good cycle. But what is the worst scenario is even if investment money in a company does not materialize the business case, and the private funding dries up, and private sector say goodbye to the space industry, and only the price keeps high in space, and only limited countries and billionaires keep playing the game in space. This is a vicious cycle. And which cycle we are heading to? There are 3 good news and 2 bad news. Which you want to hear first?
Good news.
Good news. Okay, good. Let me get started with good news.
I'm an optimist. I got to go with the good news first.
So good news. Actually the conflict between Russia and Ukraine highlighted the importance of the space infrastructure, and government spending is increasing for space. That's one. Two, private sector engagement is necessary in all the countries right now. So far, government took lead in space development, but now government are kind of sparing some effort to the private sectors. The third good news is that AI and new technologies on the ground are actually expanding massively the application of space data. So increasing the market right now. So these are three good news for investment. The two bad news is one, space is getting more and more congested. And, as you said, exponentially congested. So, and the chain reaction of the collision can happen at any near future. And so risk is increasing, return is decreasing, because every hour satellites are doing maneuvering, every hour right now. So that's increasing the risk, reducing the return. Second bad news is, I forgot, maybe only one.
So way more good news than bad news. So that's good. That's a place I want to be. Yeah. No, I'm sure there's more bad news.
But anyway, yeah, they're the main ones. Anyway, so okay, let me turn over to.
Yeah, no, sure. If it comes to you, just break the bad news, but do it gently, please. Okay. Marielle, you talked a little bit about space traffic management, right? So space traffic management has a lot of facets to it. I can remember when I worked in the launch industry back in the day, and we were trying to launch a very precious payload for Europe on an Ariane 5 rocket, and it was just after this Chinese ASAT test had occurred, and we were concerned of hitting something on the way up into space, right, on the way up. And so we reached out to, at the time it was called JSPOC in California, in Vandenberg Air Force Base, for help and guidance, and they produced these two-line elements that are there from a base of ground-based radars around the world. But we found the information was maybe not as high fidelity as we would have liked. It was hard to make a real rational decision, right, in terms of it. At the end of the day, we launched, everything was fine, just so the outcome was good. But it really taught me that we need better capabilities in terms of monitoring what's happening in space. I think there's going to be massive computing power needed to understand that, given that the upper parts of the atmosphere are expanding, given to activity of the sun with solar flares and things. So this it's a very dynamic environment that's difficult to model, difficult to predict. So how does the private sector play in this? This seems like one of these key areas where it's the providence of governments. But is there a role the private sector can play in figuring out what's up there and how we do space traffic management? I know the Commerce Department in the United States is now saddled with this, so I don't know, give us a little insight into how this will work.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for the question. So definitely space situational awareness has room to improve. Yeah. So we're tracking objects in space, we're trying to predict these conjunctions, but we know that it's not perfect data. We don't know exactly where things are. The conjunctions that get produced by the United States might not always agree with the conjunctions produced by other independent systems in the world, right? Which is problematic if you're kind of getting different guidance from different entities. So absolutely, I think there's a lot that we need to do there. And I think the commercial sector does have some capabilities that they can bring. So I think there were some very smart entrepreneurs probably around that same time who realized that there were these gaps as well and started building observation systems, telescopes, now radars. There's companies talking about putting objects in space to really increase. So it's not just these national security sensors that were used historically, but really building on that. And that is US companies doing that, but there's companies all around the world that have started this. So as you get more observations and more different types of observations, and those observations are being collected in different parts of the world, you really can improve SSA pretty significantly. And so I think that ability that now the Commerce Department and nations all over the world will have to just purchase that data, right? Rather than having to start from scratch and build up all their own sensors, they can purchase this data and sometimes even just the services and kind of leapfrog that process. So I don't think we have it all figured out yet, but I think there's a lot of contribution the commercial sector can make.
Nobu Ru, no? Ru, what happens if two private sector satellites collide, or if it's a government and a private sector satellite collide? Who's at fault? Who's at risk? What happens from a legal policy perspective?
That is a very important question, a legal gap that we have right now in alternative dispute resolution and liability. I'll start first with, of course, the prevailing treaty frameworks. We have the 5 main space treaties, and one of which includes the Liability Convention, which has a fault-based provision of liability. Basically, what needs to happen is there needs to be a space object, it needs to happen in outer space, and there needs to be fault. And determining that fault is often quite tricky. There needs to be some form of metric to determine the extent to which an actor has acted either intentionally or negligently. And this is actually a provision that is yet to be employed in outer space. So we have an entire treaty framework that has failed to find application simply because we have the dichotomy of state versus commercial participation. And what happens then if we have a dispute between a state and a commercial entity? Well, then we may have to rely on existing frameworks, such as the Investor-State Dispute Resolution Framework, which is currently our closest analogous framework to apply in such conditions. And we rely then to mandatory referral powers, either through arbitration and mediation in the interest of expediency. Arbitration, of course, has a binding and enforceable resolution, which, of course, commercial entities usually go for because they are looking for something that can be applied across jurisdictions. If you have companies like Starlink that are operating across different countries, you need the certainty that a court order will be applied uniformly and in a way that continues business operations. But I'd also like to propose that mediation can be an important alternative as well, because we need to continue business in a way that fosters, I would say, relationships. And mediation, though non-binding and perhaps some may say non-enforceable, it allows for a negotiation that has common interest at the root of it all. This, of course, goes down to how many countries have been able to ratify the existing conventions. So, for instance, if it's arbitration, there's the New York Convention, which is very widely adopted. The Singapore Convention on Mediation, not so much. But what we need at this point is government advisory and capacity building interventions to ensure that a dispute resolution framework is advanced, that allows for the coming together of parties in the interests of space and preserving the relationships at the same time. So looking forward to building on that capacity, but it is a living document, a living discussion.
Great. Nobu?
Just quick, I fully agree with you, and I just want to add urgency. So in 2026 and 2027, the space environment will be far more congested, because the first generations of the couple of the constellation will start deorbiting, and they will launch new generations, which is larger than existing ones. So the space traffic management will be quite messy. So more precise SSA data, everybody's maneuvering. So we need kind of real-time based data. FMLS is needed to avoid unfortunate event.
Go ahead, Maria.
Yeah, I was just going to say that, no, but that's such a good point. And one of the challenges that we have more than we had in the past is this issue of maneuvering, right? That everyone needs to maneuver, and there's a lot of really exciting new capabilities that require maneuvering in space. But so there's also a role for the private sector as private operators in space to share some of that information, right? And find a way to share your maneuvering plans and the ways that we're operating in space. That, again, is going to be a really important part of keeping space safe and sustainable. So it's another, kind of different way of thinking about the role of the commercial
There are
sector.
some associations and groups, right, that are promoting commercial, sharing data for the commercial industry, yeah? Okay. So, Nobu, one of the questions that Marielle had sent me earlier before the panel was how national security agencies could actually leverage commercial capabilities, companies like yours and others. And I always get asked the question, who's going to pay for this stuff? How do we, if whether it's taking a satellite, putting it up into a graveyard orbit, taking a satellite down, or cleaning up the space environment, who pays? How does it work? And how do governments take advantage of the commercial capabilities that you're offering?
Thank you for the question. By the way, before answering the question, I don't recall the second bad news. So, sorry about that.
Here it comes.
Those space companies who became public over the last couple of years have not reached the business projection. Okay. So this is actually discouraging the analysts and buy-side investors. They are staying away from space investment. This is pretty bad. So the actions for two bad news is one is have a proper system, SSA system, and proper governance, and to secure the sustainability. Second one, don't go public too early. So this is quite important. We need someone. I know some companies are keeping private funding to the extent they can until they have a stable revenue growth. So that's one. So answering a question, who pays money for the on-orbit servicing? And then, so 10 years ago when I started my company, not many people supported our mission. People told me, hey, Nobu, who pays money for you for debris removal? But today is different. So we are talking with constellations right now, and we have a kind of a joint mission with OneWeb, to remove their defunct satellite in space, because the constellations put multiple satellites in one orbit plane, and they have a multiple orbital plane. If they leave defunct, certain percentage of their satellites go defunct in space statistically, and if they leave the satellites there, they might hit their own satellites and then contaminate their orbital plane. So to keep their business, they need to maintain the cleanness of the orbit. So Constellation is one of the customers, and regarding the large object in space, which is up there already, it should be cleared up by the government for global benefit. And then polluters pay for the cost. But good news is now multiple space agencies are taking lead and then taking actions, and then there's a project in the world right now. So, and then regulation will come soon. So FCC introduced a 5-year rule which will become effective from 2024. And then, as you know, the FCC first fined for a company about the kind of leaving a trace in space. So I think regulatory environment is also evolving. I hope this will continue and create a market more.
So, the Communications Act in the United States that authorized the federal communications of 1934 couldn't have contemplated space, right? So, Ru, how is it that they have, what's the authority or the hook? How do they get satellite operators and others to actually, function properly, to have norms and good behavior in deorbit, and have enough fuel to deorbit the satellite? How does that work from a regulatory standpoint?
What we're seeing now, because of the way that new business models are emerging quicker than perhaps the multilateral process can handle, is we have what's called the development of industry-led norms, which is the industry taking a role now in determining what are their best practices, and through consistent practice, this becomes customary international law, which is widely recognized and practiced among states. I'll start by just discussing sort of the hierarchical or multi-stakeholder nature of the industry. We have, of course, states being the primary actors in outer space, and this is articulated in Article 6 of the Outer Space Treaty, which provides that states need to be able to create regulations that speak to the interests of different stakeholders. These interests are non-governmental entities, and also, and sometimes overlooked, are the community as well, from where we derive our political will. They legitimate our actions in space, and that's where we derive also inspiration to continue to bring different end user needs. So ultimately, states are responsible for bringing that certainty in the different ecosystem and innovation development But what we see now is states are beginning to have a backlog in terms of advancing policies, especially for these, what I call force multipliers that are being advanced, especially in national security commercial capabilities, for instance, artificial intelligence, blockchain, virtual reality, and affiliated markets like cybersecurity and drones. There needs to be a policy for each and every single one of these subsectors. And what we see is when there's a gap in that, we have situations where business is hampered. We've seen some responsive applications from, for instance, I believe the FCC removed some regulations from commercial remote sensing that has liberalized the market in ways that have allowed for more innovation. Umbra is a good case study of this. They've just released $1 million worth of free open access data, which is so important for ecosystem building. So to that end, I sincerely believe that we need a situation where there's that continuous dialogue that provides for not only the top-down governance approach, but also bottom-up, because we are seeing that industry does understand more closely the situations they are facing in terms of transfer of data, of coordination, and states certainly need to have them at the legal negotiation table.
Thank you. We got about 14 minutes left. If you guys have questions, I got a couple on Slido here that I'm going to get to in just a second. But before I do, I want to talk about the moon. This is a huge topic here at this conference, and obviously for the Artemis program, and going back to the moon is a huge priority for a number of the space agencies. When I was on the heads of agency session on Monday, everyone talked about going back to the moon, about the Artemis Accords and going up there. There's also commercial rovers that are set to go to the moon. How is this going to work in terms of sustainability on the lunar surface? And I'll start with you, Marielle, but maybe there's other things. Nobu, I don't know if you're thinking about servicing around the moon or all, but and then Ru on the policy side. But let's start, Marielle, you want to talk a little bit about it?
Sure. Yeah, I mean, I think one of the things that's really key, why we have so much momentum and why I think we will succeed as a global community in returning to the moon is because we have so many actors involved this time. And that means lots of different countries, right? This is not just 2 nations racing to the moon, right? This is a whole community of nations that are involved in this activity, and not just the states, right? Also commercial actors. I think we're still in the process of figuring out, where are we cooperating? Where do we have some hopefully healthy competition? And even with the role of the commercial sector, I think certainly we see already in the US, trying to leverage the commercial sector, which I think can be really valuable. And there are entrepreneurs who hope that they can make money on the moon, even separate from government investment. So I think my personal guess is that's a little bit further away, but these are the steps that you need to take first, right? Develop those technologies, get that government investment, make it to the moon to start down that path of actually being able to make money and have a more sustainable sector.
No? You care to talk about the moon, or is that not your providence?
No, of course, cis-lunar is also our business area too. But a high-level comment from me is, if we want to use other planet and will live in other planet, the governance should be better than on the Earth, not worse than on the Earth. So we need a kind of rule. But the good news is, there's always good news, is Artemis Accord and already has that kind of ambition within that. Many countries already signed and how to sustainably use the moon. So that's a good point.
Ru, moon?
Going back to the moon and doing it sustainably really requires that governance approach that speaks again to the responsive and responsible innovation. This is where soft law dominance, like the Artemis Accords, can sort of play that harmonization role in allowing us to implement in a way that is coordinated, but also speaks to the heart of the prevailing treaty frameworks. One of the very core topics of going back to the moon is space resource utilization, which actually, according to the Outer Space Treaty, is permissible. Legal scholars agree that we can use resources insofar as we are exercising our right to freedom of use and exploration, and of course, for in-situ development that is necessary for the advancement of exploration. But to the point of can we commercialize space resources, this is where we have some contention, and again requires us to have a multiple prong approach in creating dialogue and coming to consensus on how commercial companies must operate in outer space. We see a dichotomy in the ratification of the different treaties. Of course, the Outer Space Treaty is widely ratified and is quite permissive in space resource utilization. And then we have the Moon Agreement, which proposes more of a common approach. That is to say that states should work together and states should avoid having a unilateral approach to outer space. And for that reason, we see there's been not as wide ratification, and actually Saudi Arabia pulled out at some point, which to my eye would signify there is a questioning of whether the international treaty frameworks are supportive enough of these new kinds of business models. The Artemis Accords, of course, provide for some detail on space resources, acknowledging that it is important for innovation and will lead us to the gateway to beyond. So to this end, I would still advance again that it's an adaptive governance approach that we need to take for the moon. We need to look at the property rights regime and can you own the moon? I would like to say that it is very important to acknowledge that space resources are a kind of property that can be owned, that can be transferred. We're seeing this coming up in different case studies of donations or nominal contracts for the return of lunar regolith. What do we do then where there is a contract of sale or where there is a passing on of these materials or the sharing of data and knowledge around that? What can we apply from the existing frameworks? These are all questions that are coming up at the moment. And I would say lastly and finally, we need that research and development basis to allow us to continue to create consensus and transparency and confidence building measures around that.
Okay, we have 8.5 minutes to go. I'm going to go into Slido lightning round. Okay, so hold on. It's going to get very fast paced. All right, starting with, somebody asked me here, do you see the IAF doing investment forums? We're not trying to recreate investment forums. There's plenty of investment forums around the world. What we would like to do, and Carissa Christensen is chairing the task force that's looking at the investment sector, and Nobu is overseeing this activity and involved. What we want to do is attract more investors to come to the IAC and our global events. We want to educate them about the opportunities, the long time horizons, the technologies, the regulatory policies at work in space. So they're investing wisely in space. Nobu mentioned about a number of companies that pumped to very high valuations and then disappointing returns, and then they fell back to earth, bad pun. They came back down to earth very quickly. So we want to educate investors. I do see us doing side events with the investor community. I do see us doing events where we can put together entrepreneurs, startup companies, and investors in sessions. But we're not going to start our own series of investor conferences. I think there's plenty of those out there, and happy to. Nobu, any?
So thanks for the leadership of the Clay. We already started SIS activities, and at the Baku, we had a multiple investment kind of discussion, and then we had a panel on Tuesday. So kind of the room was occupied fully, and so I understand how much investment topic is your agenda. So this year, we already had a kind of a multiple investors here, but maybe next year, in the following year, we want to invite more kind of prestigious investors to the venue.
Super. All right, Marielle, there's a question here about all of this is not possible without some kind of mechanism or worldwide collaboration. So in the air traffic management, we have ICAO, right? And the FAA in the US, but there's regulatory bodies when we have ICAO, this international body. Do we need ICAO for space? How does that work?
So I think we need something better than we have today. There's a lot of discussion right now about what that's going to look like. How do we actually do that coordination? I think one of the ideas that I've heard talked about a lot is the concept of a federated system, where there's going to be, the US has its system that it operates now, Space Track, shifting over to TRAX, the kind of civil version of that. EU SST is providing these kind of SSA services. But there's going to be multiple centers around the world. And if those centers can really effectively talk to each other, then perhaps we can coordinate, make sure we're giving consistent guidance to satellite operators, for example. So I think, you might have a federated system like that. You're still going to have some of these conversations in some kind of forum. And I don't know, honestly, yet which forum is going to be the right one. to have those discussions, and whether at some point we go beyond just best practices into something that's a more active management.
Maybe self-interest is not enough. We're going to need something stronger than that.
So the example I give is, you know, as we, you know, in every other domain, we see rules about how you operate, right, and how you coordinate with others. And I think that can be a good thing for providing the sustainability, for the, you know, decreasing risk for people in those areas. So the example I say is when I'm driving my kids to school in the morning and I get to a stoplight, I don't want to hope that the other driver follows the best practice of stopping at red lights. You know, I want to really be sure they're going to stop. So someday we might get to that stage. You know, I think that's not happening tomorrow, but at some point we might get there in space, that it's a regime just like in other places where we need to have actual agreements about how we interact with each other.
Okay, Ru, I got a question here about Africa. So basically you have a continent that's rich in natural resources, but also vulnerable on the issue of sustainability. How is Africa participating in this discussion? And thank you, by the way, for coming and for being here. And I know we had the Africa, I can't now forget the name. Say it again, please.
The U.S.-Africa Commercial Space Stakeholders Meeting.
Yeah, so this was fantastic. It was organized by the U.S. Department of Commerce and a number of entities, and the IAF was happy to work with Azercosmos. And we want to do more of that, by the way. I think it was really key to try to get nations and actors from the continent to come. I'd love to see more of that in the future. So, but to address the question, how do we, what's the inputs that's coming from Africa? How is Africa playing on the policy side? What's your take on that?
Thank you very much. Africa has a common policy framework under the African Union Commission known as the African Space Policy and Strategy, which speaks to advancing space mainly for SDG purposes. That is our common agenda. 55 member states are conglomerated under the African Outer Space Program, and actually in this year we've seen the establishment of the African Space Agency, which will be headquartered in Egypt. Our industry is predominantly downstream, dominated about 60% by Earth observation applications. And then we see some capabilities developing in the upstream as well, and it's important we hone these capabilities to reposition the narrative of Africa not only as consumers, but also producers and providers of key technologies. We're seeing also an uptick in entrepreneurship. There are about 318 new space companies across Africa, and we have different hubs around the continent, including South Africa, Egypt, of course, Morocco, Tunisia, and about 20 space agencies that have collectively launched 58 satellites into outer space. It is a nascent industry, but it's showing rapid acceleration in the interests of uniting the continent and providing a more strong voice in international dialogue. What Africa needs is mutual reciprocity, agreements that speak to our desire to grow and learn, and as well to share our resources and abundance in a way that is sustainable not only for us, but also for international relations. I'll give a very abstract example, but benefits sharing is something that is not frequently discussed openly enough. And take, for example, some of the critical elements or resources that go into space system development. If we're to derive lithium from a resource-rich country, who's to say that the benefit that will ultimately come from the satellite will still filter back to the community where that same mineral came from? And these are the discussions we need to be having. Corporate social responsibility is an overlooked principle in international negotiations, and that's what we need commerce to drive now, to ensure that that tangible benefit reaches even the most remote of communities, especially the communities from where that critical origin process begins.
Fantastic. Okay, 1 minute. Last question, Nobu. Here we go. How is public acquisition of security applications and capabilities from private sector space actors different from other security domains where there's common practice, where this is normal for them to just buy these capabilities and services?
Can you repeat the question again?
So basically, they want. I think that who's ever asking the question wants to know, when national security agencies go to buy capabilities and services from a company like yours, how is it different than maybe other places where this is quite normal in cyber and other places where they're buying capabilities, services, technology? How is it different in space, or is it different in space? Let me put it that way.
Yeah, so I think I can answer in different level, but very quickly. So all the space technologies are dual use. So rocket can be missile, Earth observation satellite can be spy satellite, and then on-orbit servicing capability can be used for malicious reasons. But the key point is transparency and confidence building, and then to avoid any kind of concerns and then negative understanding. So that we're taking care of, and even when we are servicing to the defense side, we always have an importance of the transparency.
Super duper. That puts us at 0 on the clock. Boom, we came in right on time. All right, thank you guys all for joining us today. Thank you to my panelists. This was fantastic conversation. I hope the conversation continues and we get even more involved in this subject, in these subject areas over the next few years. Thanks.
We're about to start a new GNF session about Indian Space Policy 2023, Emergence of India as Global Space Hub. I'm very pleased to welcome on stage Pawan Goenka, today's moderator, who is the chairman of InSpace. Thank you for a round of applause for our panelists.
Thank you and good afternoon. As you can see that none of the panelists have followed the instructions behind, but I hope you can make out who is who and don't go by what's the name on the board. So India is in high conversation these days, primarily because in the space sector, primarily because of the success of Chandrayaan-3 and Aditya L1. But there's another side that is evolving in India beyond the scientific research and advancements that India is doing, which is the commercial aspect of space and how India is transitioning to private sector in the space industry. We had talked a little bit about the reforms last year at the GNF session. I don't know if any of you were there at that time. And we'll talk more about it because a lot has happened since then. We have with us a very knowledgeable panel. Let me introduce Valery Akosmonov, Director of International Progress at Boeing. He has experience previously in Russia and with NASA. Enrico Palermo, Head of Australian Space Agency, and he has many years of experience with Virgin Galactic before he joined his current role. In the end is Marcel Smith, Vice President of Experimental and acting CTO for Voyager Space, and he also has a lot of experience with NASA. These three gentlemen, in addition to being experts in space, also know India very well and the Indian space program, and I would say are friends of India. And then we have Victor Joseph, my colleague from ISRO. He is Associate Scientific Secretary and Director of Technology Development and Innovation. What I will do is very quickly take you through what's happening in India. And after that, I'm going to request each of the panelists to talk for a few minutes, and then we'll get into Q&A. And as you know, there is a barcode, it's not on the screen here right now, which you could access to ask questions if you have any questions. And I will then ask the questions of the panelists. So let me start off by okay, so it went back to Boeing. My presentation is not loaded. It's not showing here. Yeah, thank you. So one of the biggest things that has happened in the Indian space sector in the last 12 months is the launch of Indian Space Policy 2023. Many of you will be familiar with it. I'll talk a little bit more about that and how India is aspiring to emerge as a global space hub in specific areas. And again, we'll talk about that. Many of you would have seen this photograph on the left where our journey started way back in 1963, 60 years ago, on a bicycle, and where we have landed now in 2023 with Chandrayaan-3, the moon lander. And India has made a lot of advances during this time thanks to ISRO and has become a leading player in space technology, and many of you would acknowledge that to be the case. Now, what has happened in the last 3 years is a transition that's happening in India, where we are moving from ISRO being the sole player in the space sector in India to private sector coming in and playing a more meaningful role than it has played in the past. A few of the things that have happened, and again, many of you will be familiar with this, is establishment of NSIL, which is a public, government-owned company, was established in March 2019, and this company provides all the space services. Operationalizing in space, which I am the chairperson for, in September 2021, and I'll talk more about that. And release of Indian Space Policy in 2023, and I'll talk more about that. What is in the works right now is the revision in the foreign direct investment policy for space sector, which is just about getting ready. So what the Indian Space Policy did was took everything to do with space, satellite communication, remote sensing, space exploration, transportation, navigation, everything, and put it into one comprehensive document, only 12 pages long. That means in 12 pages, we have completely defined the Indian space policy. And there are 4 key players in making this policy happen. ISRO, of course, is the granddaddy. In space, NSIL, and then NGE, which stands for non-government entities, that is the private sector. Now, what the policy has achieved is removed almost all restrictions for the private sector to participate in the space sector in India, which till that point was almost inaccessible for the private sector. Private sector can now build rockets and satellites, can launch, own and operate space assets, can deliver commercial services, can co-own technology with ISRO or their own technology, can have EO data acquisition and dissemination, can create infrastructure in ISRO premises or on their own, and also it talks about transferring ISRO technology to private sector. So you can see that almost everything that the private sector would want to do in space is now permitted, of course with some sort of fine print, permitted in the new policy. And what we are doing right now, which is again awaited for many people in this audience, is revising the FDI policy, that is foreign direct investment policy for space, which again was very restrictive till now, and we are opening it up significantly to allow significantly large investments to come into India, either on their own or as joint venture or as investment into Indian companies. So there's a lot of confusion often between what is the role of ISRO in space and NSIL. All 3 are government organizations. All 3 come under Department of Space, but have very distinct role for each of them. ISRO, as the National Space Agency of India, would now focus more on designing, development, and testing of space systems, more on research and development in space exploration, more on academic and industry outreach for space R&D, more on infrastructure development, on scientific missions, and human space flights, and leave the day-to-day sort of space activity to private sector or to NSIL. NSIL, as a government-owned company, will be the market for space-based services and will also service the space-based needs of the users using, very often, ISRO facilities. INSpace, which is an independent autonomous body, is set up to regulate and authorize all space activities in India, promote and enable industry. While we are regulating the industry, also promoting and enabling the industry, act as a single window agency so that you can sort of navigate through multiple government departments to get approval for anything that you're looking to do in a space sector. International outreach for a private sector, not for agency to agency. Nurture startups, facilitate access to ISRO facilities and technologies, and create common use infrastructure so that private sector, specifically the small companies who cannot afford to set up expensive infrastructure, can come and use this infrastructure on a pay-per-use basis. And also facilitate access to funding by giving confidence to the investors on the future potential in the space sector. Now, there is an effort right now to create a decadal vision and strategy for Indian space economy. We are not talking scientific side. And in fact, we'll be releasing this, vision document on Tuesday, Tuesday, 10th of October, to talk about where India sees itself 10 years from now in terms of space economy, and what are the areas that we'll be putting our focus on, and how do we see that we will get there. Currently, Indian space economy is measured at about $8 billion, which is only about 2% of global space economy. And of course, India has aspirations to take that number multiple fold. And what that multiple fold is, we will talk about on 9th of October, or 10th of October. Now, there are few things that, that we think India can have a competitive advantage in, can get into and do well. The first one in manufacturing. We feel that India can become a small satellite manufacturing hub, can perhaps get into space-grade components that India does not do much of today, become manufacturer of antennas and user terminals. In the launch services, while we have the PSLV rocket and the LVM-3 rocket, which is well known to most of you, India probably can become pretty big in small launch vehicles. And the reason I say that is that ISRO has just completed launch of, or the development of SSLV, and there are at least 3 private sector companies that are working on launch vehicles of 500 kilogram to 800 kilogram. And with its cost-effective opportunity and with creation of a new launch center that ISRO will be financing, we can become a small launch center hub for the world. And of course, in LEO constellation launching, that can become very, very handy. On ground services, I have talked to some of the companies here today. India can provide ground distance services. In satellite broadband, India right now is non-existent. That's an area of opportunity. And EO data dissemination, where currently all the data is with ISRO, but soon we will have private sector also generating this data. India can start doing that. And the most important one, perhaps in applications, with India's strength in IT, we probably can get into data products, API, in a big way, in agri, marine, forest, urban planning, and many more things. And this we see as the big opportunity. So what is the advantage that India has in summarizing? Of course, we have the new policy. The Indian states are coming up with their own policy, adding to incentives for doing space activity in their own states. We have a strong technology partner and vendor ecosystem. There are at least 400 vendors who supply to ISRO today, and have been doing that for several decades. Growing manufacturing base, large domestic market, which is evolving, world-class software capabilities, as you all know, high number of STEM graduates, and low labor cost. There are some of the companies that are there in India today. On the first column, these are startups. They're rapidly becoming household names in India, and they have done a good job, many of them, in raising fund from the investors. In the middle are the large and mid-sized companies, which have been vendors to ISRO for many years, and now getting on the higher end of technology development within India. And on the right side are the PSUs, the government-owned companies. NCL is directly in space, of course, and the other companies that supply to ISRO and are doing technology development for space. And there are many, almost all large international space companies that have a presence in India or want to be present in India. Many of them have been there for a long time, and some of them have been looking at India only recently. So just to make the whole greater than sum of parts, we believe that global partnerships are going to be extremely important for us in technology, in terms of joint development, missions, in infrastructure for space, ground asset sharing, private industry and trade bodies, the partnership between them, and trade policy and agreements, of course, will play a big role. Investment and funding will be required, and it's just beginning to happen. It's still ramping up. And then, of course, sustainable space operations. So with that, I would wrap up my sort of introductory presentation and request first Valerie to come and talk about how he sees India's opportunity and how Boeing will play a role in that. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I want to say thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak at your panel and discuss a vision for the changes in Indian space policy and how it will affect the Boeing company. I'd like to show you a few slides. The Boeing actually well known for the aviation and the defense, and I realized through my different presentation and with different audience that they know some, but they don't know how many different platforms Boeing has in space portfolio. And I want to show you the platforms which Boeing operates right now, and it's useful for the development of joint opportunities for the exploration and use on Earth. Okay, the Boeing space, as of right now, we have several divisions and several platforms. Well known to everybody is International Space Station. Boeing is a prime contractor for the International Space Station as well as sustaining of the operations of the ISS. Over the years, the station was built utilizing the shuttle, which was also operated by Boeing. It was delivery means for the big elements on orbit and assembly. We also in the process of preparation for the first crew flight of the Starliner, our capsule to deliver the crew to International Space Station. And this capsule have a lot of capabilities and unique abilities. For example, this capsule is only one who can land at this moment on the US side to the ground due to the sophisticated parachute system and airbag system, which gives a very low impact during the touchdown. It's the capsule designed for the 7 seats. NASA is going to utilize 4 seats and it will be cargo. But Boeing also estimates opportunities maybe to put additional seats which can be used by different countries for different purposes. But it's up to NASA to approve this plan and how we're going to work with it. Boeing also the developer and prime contractor for the core stage of Space Launch System, which you know takes Orion crew vehicle for the Artemis program to the moon and around the moon. It's the biggest rocket right now built, and we had successful launches, which you saw in the recent past. And we're hoping that it will take us and take everybody to the moon orbit, and potentially open the gate to go further. Also, Boeing developed and utilizing the small shuttle, which is called X-37, which is going to space automatically, and it's automated system. It can stay in space for a long time, and then do the experiments several years and come back to bring the results. In the other division which we have in Boeing, it's satellites, which is government and commercial satellites, large satellite system. We're working on different constellations. Empower satellites right now, which is totally electric propulsion system operated, and we're developing the constellation right now for the SAS, which will provide the best broadband communication and a lot of capacity with high speed. Not many people maybe know that Boeing also in their portfolio has a Spectralab, which is a company producing solar cells, one of the highest efficiency solar cells. The Spectralab cells is used on ISS, original cells, and recently the improved and updated technology was used to expand and update the solar cells on orbit for the fraction of the surfaces required to give full power back to ISS to support the research and extend the life. Right now we're talking about 2020 and 2030, and we hope that we will see the future opportunities with it. And recently, the Boeing got involved in the medium to small satellite business, which is Millennium Space Systems. So we have two different types of satellites, large and medium to small. And of course, we have a launch system in alliance with the United Launch Alliance. Currently, for example, the Starliner will be using the Atlas rocket from United Launch Alliance for launch, and in the process of development is Vulcan rocket, which will replace it. Okay, so these systems are used for the providing the support of NASA vision of space exploration, low Earth orbit to the Moon and to the Mars. You can see itself where these platforms can be used. I don't want to spend much time on that because everybody is familiar with this picture. I just want to give one more perspective. It's Boeing India. Boeing was involved with India in aviation 75 years plus when we delivered the first airplane, DC-3S, which was McDonnell Douglas, but Boeing acquired it in the process of acquisitions and mergers. Now it's kind of Boeing heritage. And since that, we had a lot of development in India. Currently, Boeing has around 5,000 employees in aviation. We have a program that I want to mention. We have also joint venture with Tata on production of India. And we have design and development center, which has 2,500 engineers, which is used by Boeing, and a lot of manufacturing companies in India integrated within Boeing as a supply chain and with the highest quality, and we're utilizing the talent from India. So this gives us a kind of model how we can use, which we can use for space. Now as the policy are changed, and we are looking at opportunities and trying to commonly beneficial from both sides projects, and we can work with, and looking at utilizing manufacturing, design and development, and utilization within this space program. So I just want to finish that because I don't want to, I took already too much time for everybody to speak. Thank you.
May I request Enrico?
Thank you, Chairman InSpace, for inviting me to be part of this esteemed panel. Colleagues, good afternoon. I hope you've all had a fantastic week, and I certainly give my thanks to our host, Azercosmos and IAF, for a fantastic IAC. I do want to start by congratulating ISRO and the Indian government on the Chandrayaan-3 landing. We have a very large Indian diaspora in Australia, and the attention that it captured in Australia was remarkable, and certainly gave our team at the Australian Space Agency goosebumps as we one day will have our rover doing operations on the moon, so congratulations. When the Australian Space Agency was formed, one of the key reasons for forming the agency was to give Australia a front door to the world for international space collaboration. And in many respects, the strong relationships we're forging with our Indian partners are an embodiment of that vision. If you're not aware, Australia and India are comprehensive strategic partners. And earlier this year, our Honourable Prime Minister Albanese visited the Honourable Prime Minister Modi ji, and in their bilateral statement really highlighted civil space cooperation as a key part of the bilateral relationship. And we're now turning that vision into reality through several programs, our support to the Gaganyaan human spaceflight program, and our collaborative projects stream, which I'm happy to go into more into detail. The chairman outlined a reform agenda in India that started in around 2020, And I really want to commend and applaud the Indian government on the space policy they released this year, which the chairman outlined. If you haven't read it, I encourage you to do it. For me, this is an excellent piece of public policy that is going to fuel progress in India's space sector. It's very articulate, it's very direct. It says where government's going to intervene, what is the role of government, but it also identifies compelling opportunities for the private sector in India. As I think about our relationship, I see a lot of parallels between the journeys India is on and Australia is on. So we both have long and proud histories in the space sector, obviously incredible world-leading capabilities in India, but Australia's been in the space age since the beginning. We were one of the first nations to launch a satellite into space from our territory. We have supported all the nations of the world in deep space communications through our colleagues at the CSIRO. We've used remote sensing or Earth observation in our primary sectors and to deal with some of our greatest challenges. And we've, like every nation on Earth, rely on space technologies every day. And around 2016, 2017, probably similar to the period around 2020, we realised there was an incredible opportunity for Australia to build on this heritage. We need space capabilities, resilient space capabilities for our citizens. Developing a private space sector is an engine for economic growth. And we didn't want to miss out on the new wave of innovation in space. And so we realised by setting the conditions for growth through establishing an agency to be better coordinated, to have that front door, to have empowering legislation to set vision and aspiration is what we needed. And so the agency was formed on the 1st of July 2018, and we recently celebrated our 5th birthday. And the contrast pre and post agency in Australia over those 5 years has been dramatic, and I think over the next 5 years we're going to see as a dramatic change in India. From Australia's perspective, we've seen a rapid proliferation of small and medium enterprises, startups. Some of those are really now starting to scale and get later series funding. We've created thousands of jobs, and part of that's been through over 50 projects the Australian Space Agency has invested in. We're seeing more Australian hardware on orbit. Roughly 2/3 of Australian manufactured mass put into orbit's gone up in the last year, so we're having that inflection point in developing our space heritage. We've established strong partnerships like India, but with NASA on Artemis Accords in the world and our Lunar rover, through to Catherine Bennell-Pegg, who's now training alongside European astronaut candidates in Cologne, and our support to JAXA on Hayabusa 2 and MMX, just as a few examples. We've activated our Commercial Launch Act. We're one of the few nations in the world that has now flown rockets to space under our Commercial Space Launch Act, and we're open for business, both for domestic and international partners, and various other things, a lot of workforce and inspirational development. And one that's really is an example of something Australia can bring that's different is we had this vision that we could translate our experience in remote operations, in resources, into space operations. And we've now seen that with one centre, for example, in Perth, that there was a co-investment by the Australian government that has operations from the deep space to the deep sea, or the other way around. So it's a fascinating time for Australia. Our collaboration with India, I think, is going to boost and continue this momentum, and so we're really appreciative of the open invitation we've had to collaborate with India. And shamelessly, I'll say you all need to come and see that progress in 2025 in Sydney. I'll leave brochures at the front, but thank you.
If you can keep your comments to 3-4 minutes each.
Hey, thank you very much for having us here. Thank you very much for having us here. I was going to say the same thing. We're running out of time, and I would definitely want to get to the questions. So I'll go real quick. I'm Marshall Smith from Voyager Space, and Voyager Space is kind of new on the scene. We've been around since 2019. Since that time, we've grown. We've acquired over 7 companies, and with more on the way. We have, we're a medium-sized company, but we've done some pretty big things. For example, one of the biggest things that most people know about us is the Starlab space station, which is one of the stations that is in orbit to become the next commercial space station, replacing the International Space Station. So we've got quite a lot going on in those areas, but a lot of our companies do a lot of things that really collaborate well with what India is doing. We do propulsion systems, we build payloads, we launch payloads to low Earth orbit and beyond. We definitely deal with other types of industries as we move forward in ISS. For example, we support a lot of life support systems, things like that, as we move forward. And, you know, just to keep this short, when I think about India, you know, I've been there several times now, at least two, one more coming up soon. We just signed a memorandum of agreement, understanding, if you will, with India, and we really are looking to expand our capability in India, in part because of the science policy, because of space policy that's put in place, really enabling commercial partnerships, global engagement. There's a lot of capability in India, a lot of engineering capability in India that we want to take advantage of as we move into the future. So we're really excited about that.
Thank you. Victor?
Okay, thank you, Chairman, for inviting me to this distinguished panel. And thanks to all the global partners for the successful Chandrayaan-3 mission. Thank you. And as the Chairman said, in space policy, what has happened, it has demarcated the role of ISRO, NCL in space, and Department of Space, and private sectors. So what ISRO will be focusing is what it has been mandated to do, the R&D and the cutting-edge technologies with respect to space transportation, space infrastructure, human space flight, capacity building, and more specifically, if we go, we'll go more focused on the human space flight, the space exploration, the national missions, and scientific missions. So to name a few, already the Aditya L1 is on course to L1. It has left the sphere of influence, and it is going towards L1, and it will be reaching there by around January. The Gaganyaan program is also going full swing, and by 2025, we expect to have the first human into space. So, and we are also in the process of bringing out a new technology vision roadmap, connecting some of the space transportation, space exploration, Chandrayaan-3, as well as the human space flight missions. And many scientific missions are also on the anvil with the collaboration with international partners. For example, we can see NISR, NASA ISRO Synthetic Aperture Radar, which is planned by next beginning. Trishna is another mission which we have planned in collaboration with the EOS. We have LUPEX mission coming with the collaboration with the JAXA for lunar polar exploration. We have more than 61 countries participating through around 275 MOUs. So as already said, we'll have focus on cutting-edge technologies for space transportation, reusable launch vehicle, air-breathing propulsion, quantum opto-communication satellites, software-defined radios, space robotics, docking, and orbit refueling, which is required for space exploration. And on the other side, we'll be always supporting the NGEs with our best practices, facility, resource sharing, knowledge sharing, and all what we can do for the increasing the Indian share in the global space economy. Thank you.
Thank you, Victor. Thank you all the panelists. We have about 13 minutes left, so I'm going to ask one question of each of you, and then after that I'll go to the audience question, and we have about a dozen questions that have come in. So let me start with you, Enrico. Amongst the agency heads, not counting Indian agency head, you have probably interacted with Indian public sector or private sector, the private sector, the startups, more than anybody else. What do you see as you talk to the companies, their strengths and where they have some gaps?
Yeah, thank you. I've had the pleasure to go to India twice in the last year and engage with a lot in the sector. I'd say strengths, number one, is the energy and the vibrancy of the staff in these startups in India. It's just a real wave of innovation. I think it's a big strength. Another big strength is the policy we talked about. The opportunity for these companies to leverage long-standing ISRO technologies just gives them such a step up competitively internationally. When we were the major partner in the BSX Bengaluru Space Expo in September, and we saw 7 Australian entities sign MOUs with Indian space companies. So I think another strength is they're looking to and actively are partnering internationally. So I think they're all strengths. In terms of gaps, I don't see many. You know, I can't really think of one that comes to mind, but you know, they're new companies that have challenges all startups have, so they're going to be looking for funding and moving quickly, but it's an incredible time.
Thank you. So Valerie, if I could ask you, Boeing has a very big presence in India, as you showed in your slide, with more than 5,000 employees, very strong presence in aerospace, of course, and a strong presence in defense. As companies like Boeing, I'm not talking specific about Boeing, but companies like Boeing look at India in the space sector, what specifically do you think will be of interest to these companies, and what role they could play in India?
Thank you. It's a very broad question. What can we do? One thing I can tell you, visiting India and Indian ISRO, as well as different production facilities in India, I was able to see high technology available for use and talent which I met in India. As I mentioned, we have Boeing Design and Technology Center developed in India. We build it using the local engineers. All the people working there, it's a local, graduated from Indian institutes and colleges and universities people, and very talented. And Boeing utilizing them heavily on aviation, but we started already working with them on ISS. For example, we start using them to support ISS sustaining. We're working right now, looking right now in the potential cooperation in the human spaceflight with India. We're thinking about sharing and exchanging technologies in this area. We're also looking at the opportunities to utilize the platform which I described, and it's a very broad. We need to find mutually beneficial points, and it's not just up to Boeing. Boeing is willing to go. We offer ISRO many projects, and we're just trying to be sure that both agencies, ISRO as well as other companies who Boeing work with, will come to the resolution. We're right now in the stage of developing the business cases.
I was going to ask you the same question, Mark, but I'm going to ask you a different question. So Marcel, as I go around the show here and many other shows, I sometimes get the feeling that supply is going to outstrip the demand. There are too many companies working on similar things, and I don't know if demand will develop to the same level. I may be wrong, I hope I'm wrong, but that's the feeling that I get. So if that's the scenario, a country like India that's kind of coming out in a global arena on the commercial side just recently, how does the country like India establish its mark?
Great question. I don't ascribe to the supply outstripping the demand, but in that case, it is competitive. And you know, I think what you guys are doing are the right steps. You've put some good policies in effect. I think the things that you need to concentrate on is keeping the regulations down to what's necessary. You know, I go back in my history. There's loads and loads and loads of regulations. You're going to do human spaceflight, those types of things. There's lots of regulations out there. Sometimes we look at them and we don't even know where they came from. And it turns out it was put in place because somebody did something wrong someday and we put a regulation in place. And they just keep building up. So be careful about when you address these things. How do you keep regulations and policies in check so that enables commercial businesses to be innovative and allows them to get things done when there are problems, address the problem and not create a generic rule, because that will weigh you down. And again, commercial industry and getting things done is about speed. And one of the things we really like about working with you is how fast your team is and how fast they can process things, how fast they can manufacture things. Those are all the kinds of things that will keep India moving forward in the right direction.
Thank you. And Victor, after the success of Chandrayaan-3 and Aditya L1, the question that everybody wants to get answer to is what next? Now, to the extent that you can talk about it, can you share with the audience what will happen next?
As I said, one of the immediate priorities is Gaganyaan. That is the most important priority. So we are starting immediately by October end our test flights for about demonstrations to ensure crew safety. There will be a series of test flights this year and next year, and by 2025 we plan to have the first human space flight. And as I said, there are a series of scientific missions for exploration like polarimeter, X-ray polarimeter satellite. We have collaborative missions with NASA for NISR. The follow-on Chandrayaan missions also will be there. We are proposing that, and we are trying to propose a new launch vehicle, a heavy lift launch vehicle, a reusable launch vehicle for space exploration. So we are trying to connect the Gaganyaan program, the follow-on Chandrayaan missions, and the development of new launchers and see for further exploration. These are in the proposal stage, and we'll be going for further approvals in the due course.
Thank you. So now I go to the question from audience. And the question that with the highest number of votes is, who should I address it to? Victor, you will have to answer this question. How India is planning to compete with SpaceX on the launch service market?
No, we are not competing with SpaceX, but as we know, India is one of the cheapest launch service provider even now, because we are getting a lot of customers, launch service customers as New Space India. Recently we had 2 OneWeb launches launching 72 satellites using our heavy lift launch vehicle. And then further on, as we said, we are already in the process of bringing out a proposal for a new, much more cost-effective launch vehicle, a reusable launch vehicle, so that we can reduce the cost per launch by a large fraction. So the one thing is about the increasing the payload for space explorations and also for commercial opportunities.
Thank you. The next question I guess I will have to answer. Is India giving all the LEO telecom operators equal opportunities to provide services in India, or there are some preferences for OneWeb or another operator? Since InSpace has the responsibility for authorizing the operators, what I can say is that as of now, no authorization has been issued, and all the authorization will be done strictly on the merit of the proposal and not on any other basis. So there is no specific preference that will be given to one operator over other based on any criteria other than the merit of the proposal. Okay. Next question is, who can answer this? What are the best ways for foreign private companies to partner with the Indian Space Organization? I suppose I will have to answer that. The best way perhaps is for such companies to either find potential partners through their own interactions that happen in events like this today, or can approach InSpace with what is your requirement and how we can connect you to the right people. There is no restriction in India as per the new policy for a 100% owned foreign entity to be established in India. You don't necessarily have to have an Indian partner to do space business in India, or you can have an Indian partner if you prefer, or you can license technology if you prefer. So all options are open. And we welcome all companies who do want to do business in India to come to India. What is the economic model envisioned by the Indian government to promote growth of the private sector, especially on the front of capital investment? This is anonymous, so somebody must want to know how InSpace will help in getting investment. Well, I believe that Indian government is going to provide some seed funding, as you would know, those who are in India, which we have started doing. But primary investment will have to come from private investors. Government of India will not be investing in companies, but we will try and facilitate investment. And I think that already that process started, and more investors are in fact asking us questions on which are the good companies to invest in. State policies, as mentioned, should we be looking at investments by state in space infrastructure? Yes, I think so, because states have their own incentive package beyond what the federal government does. And as you establish any kind of presence in India, you need to examine which state offers you the most favorable opportunity in terms of the infrastructure that they're providing, in terms of fiscal incentive they are giving, in terms of skill that's available. So it will be prudent to look at a state and see which state is the right state for you to invest in. I'm the moderator, I'm not supposed to be answering all the questions. Okay, I can ask this one to Victor. Does India have any plans to develop horizontal launch capabilities or facilities? Horizontal launch capabilities or facilities?
No, right now we don't have any plan to develop horizontal launch capability, but we have plans, or we are in the process of developing reusable launch vehicles which land horizontally, vertical takeoff and then land horizontally, wing body type of landing. And we have also plans to develop launch vehicles which have vertical takeoff and vertical landing. That is called VTVLs. So both these kind of technologies we are pursuing.
Okay. This is a very tricky question, and I could just avoid it, but I will take it on. Can InSpace license a commercial launch without ISRO approval or consultation? By policy, InSpace is authorized to license any launch without ISRO consultation or approval. However, in practice, all the expertise right now is with ISRO. It will be prudent of InSpace to consult with ISRO to ensure that the launch that is being proposed meets all the technical safety, security criteria, and therefore, up to now at least, InSpace is always consulting with ISRO, but does not require ISRO's approval to approve a launch. Well, I don't know how to ask questions for the three invitee panelists here. Maybe one of you can try this. Launch collaboration was mentioned as an option. Is the regulatory environment geared towards new joint ventures and technologies such as horizontal launch? I guess the answer will be yes. Regulation does not prevent it. Any one of you have any angle to it?
I didn't understand the question fully. One of the things, like InSpace, the Australian Space Agency authorises launch activities in Australia, and one of the things we're starting to work with our international partners is which will enable better collaboration is how do our respective regulatory environments maybe permit recognition as we see in other markets like aviation. So I think things like that are going to be important for collaboration into the future.
Okay, so questions are up, time is up, so I would stop here. I'll thank the panel for their participation, and the three non-Indian panelists request you to continue your engagement with India as you have been doing so far. And we look forward to working more and more with you and many other in the audience who are looking at India right now to see whether you should make any significant investment in India in the space sector or provide services or access the market. Thank you, Victor, for participating, the three. And thank you, the audience, for asking some very interesting and difficult questions. Unfortunately, most of them were geared towards me. That should have been more towards the panelists. Thank you very much.
Okay, I'd like everybody to stand up. Literally stand up in your chairs. It's late on Thursday afternoon of a long week. We want everybody, I saw this at a conference one time and it really worked out good. So stand up, I'll do a little left, a little right. We've been eating all this great food all week. It probably won't hurt any of us. Yeah, try to do something. Okay, thanks. Have a seat, please. Good afternoon. I'm Steve Eisenhart. I'm a Senior Vice President at the Space Foundation in Colorado and a Vice President of the International Astronautical Federation. I'm very pleased to be hosting and moderating this panel today. As we have seen throughout the week, the global space sector is experiencing significant expansion and with it a number of security challenges. In response, the IAF Security Task Force was formed, addressing one of the pillars of the SIS agenda. The focus of this GNF session is the critical importance of operating safely and responsibly within the space domain. We intend over the next 30 minutes or so to raise awareness about security challenges, stimulate academic debate, and to catalyze the development of collaboration, all things that the Federation is very keen on. I'm pleased to be joined by two experts with strong credentials in this field and who serve on the IAF Security Task Force. First, to my left, Dr. Anil Kumar, Associate Director at the Indian Space Research Office, and Yuri Oran, the Director of the Israeli Space Agency. Anil, why don't we start with you?
Good afternoon. We are all talking about sustainability, security, safety of space operations for proper utilization of the space. For the future generations, we have to safeguard our space for its maximum utility. For that, we require, like Chair already said, like agenda on SIS agenda, security, investment, and sustainability agenda of IAF. We are following it up. Now, regarding the security threats, when we consider, actually, in fact, there are three different areas. One is natural threats. Natural threats comes from, as you know, planetary defense is one of the area where asteroids, comets, meteorites, from that natural threats, and we are all looking into planetary defenses, defense strategies to overcome the natural threats. Other one is the other area is the intentional threats. Intentional threats are, as all of you know, that frequency jamming, inspector satellites, anti-satellite tests, direct energy weapons. These are all coming under intentional security threats. And lastly, but very importantly, third one is the man-made objects, accidental collisions among the space objects, and orbital breakups, which generates a lot of fragments. We know that the space debris environment is growing just like that, and number of objects in the orbital space is too high, and which leads for close approaches and the collision probabilities. So these three areas, natural as well as intentional as well as the accidental, these three areas we have to take necessary steps, and we should have necessary environmental awareness and knowledge and technical capabilities to handle these threats.
Yuri, how about some preliminary remarks too?
Yeah, good afternoon. I like your warm-up exercise, but I think really we are the warm-up group before Elon Musk speaking, so that's where we are regarding to the timelines. But again, thanks very much for the opportunity on the stage to discuss this very, very important matter. I think first of all we have a challenge of language. What exactly is secure space? I think we are lacking the definition, not because somebody is wrong and somebody is not in the right page, because it's still new and it's still complex, but I think this is a challenge that we need to overcome in the upcoming very, very few years in order to develop a common language. That's going to be very, very, very important. To my understanding, when we are discussing secure space is eventually the freedom to act freely in the space domain, by all actors actually. And with that, the way I understand the main risks is probably those risks. The first one, which I consider probably the most eminent one, is cyber. The way we can affect our ability to operate in space could be easily affected by cyber activities. So, and again, the term cyberspace is already occupied by somebody else. So what exactly do we mean by cyberspace in the space domain, or cyber in the space domain? But I think it's probably obvious to everyone, but cyber is a main threat. Another threat is the space debris just the last week, the FCC found for the first time, I think for the first time, a satellite company with $150,000 fee about not using or leaving a kind of a space debris. But I think space debris probably is probably the second largest threat to act freely. And following that is the space traffic management. Those are the main risks. But I would like to go a little bit backward and to try to describe the way I see the importance of dealing with those risks. Because without dealing with them, and I guess in the upcoming questions we'll deal with the solutions, but without dealing with them, we'll find a domain with probably a very, very violent competition that could risk all of us that trying to operate and building a community and economy in that domain. So dealing with those risks is essential.
You sort of defined what you thought was the most important aspect of security. How about you, Anil? How do you feel about what the most important aspect is?
Considering the important activity regarding the security threats, what we are seeing it. One is like my colleague is telling, space traffic management for as far as space debris and launch vehicles are concerned, satellites are concerned. It is one of the area in which more vigorous activities are required, space traffic management. But as of we know that we have, as on not today, we have only 5 treaties which is directing the space for proper use, like Outer Space Treaty, Rescue Agreement, Liability Convention, registration, like that. But after that, many years back, these are all made. But later, there are very, very, very less activities for legally binding instruments. As okay, we know that IAD's Interagency Space Debris Coordination Committee has brought out debris mitigation guidelines, which was later accepted by UN COPOS as well. But that is not sufficient, in fact, to cope up with the present situation of security threats, whatever we are seeing in the space.
Let's turn the question a little bit. What do you consider the biggest threat in space security?
So again, I understand that the biggest threat eventually is a physical destruction of a specific asset. That's probably is the biggest threat. Now there is a few ways to do that, but if you're asking what is the biggest risk or the biggest threat, that is the one. And if that's going to happen, the whole industry will go backward. And I think our common goal is to make sure that it won't happen. Now, it could happen, from a space debris. It could happen from somebody's doing something to someone. So it could happen in quite a few ways. But if you're asking about the threat and what is the biggest risk, a physical destruction of a satellite, I think that's the biggest risk. There's others, but if we need to point at one, that's the one.
Yeah, I just want to add that the technology, whatever we are going to develop, whether it is for on-orbit servicing or active debris removal, and which requires a lot of attention, and it has got dual use as well as stealing, destructing another satellite or capturing another satellite. So those type of things we have to have international coordination and agreements so that should not become a real security threat for satellite operations and spacecrafts.
Scientific and exploration missions have some unique security challenges. Obviously, crew safety is probably paramount. We'd like to comment about that a little bit. Let's go first.
Yeah, regarding, first of all, human space missions, we are all discussing that now presently, due to various considerations, 400 kilometers is considered as the orbital band for human space missions. And considering the orbital perturbations, whatever there, we are always telling that 400 kilometer plus or minus 30 kilometer band should be avoided for any other space missions or satellite missions. So that has to be accepted globally, and people have to take care. And also orbital crossing through these bands should be taken very clearly. Only maneuverable satellites should pass through these orbital bands, otherwise it will be a security threat to all human space missions. Space exploration missions, yes, apart from the man-made threats, whatever we are telling about the accidental threats, there are natural threats as well. Radiation hazards are there, and if there is a frequency jamming, that can give problems, and especially telecommanding, encrypted way telecommanding has to be done, otherwise malicious activities can happen. So these are all important threats for space exploration missions.
Anything to add, Yuri?
Just a quick note. Space exploration, when you involve humans in the process, the risk is higher. But eventually, I believe that we'll end up basically with the same family of threats. But once there are humans involved inside, then the risk is something that basically we cannot accept.
And obviously, if we lose the capability for scientific because of security lapses, it's just a giant loss. We'll be taking a couple of questions from the audience. We've got just a very few more minutes. But first, the Federation's launching a great new conference next year, the inaugural GLOS conference. Can you tell us a little bit about that? It's going to be taking place in Tel Aviv?
Yeah, so first of all, logistic. The first week of June, 2026 in Tel Aviv, we're gonna have the GLOS conference with the headline of secure space. We are intent to deal, I guess, with at least 3 components of what I believe should be the answer to secure space: technology, regulation and norms, and cooperations between different players. So it's actually, it's 3 different areas that eventually need to be combined and need to be connected in order to have an answer. So the basic theme is to try to have dialogues on those very different aspects. What technology can we bring to the table? What type of cooperations between different players? And I'm using the word players because they are not necessarily governments. The private sector act is a very, very important player. Just imagine or just think about the importance of companies such as Microsoft, Google, or Apple to mitigate cybersecurity in space. So it's not only governments. And norms and regulation are critical. And beside that, Tel Aviv, it's a very nice place to visit. So I think it's going to be very, very interesting as well as big fun.
Yeah, this is one of the opportunity for me to also tell about the global conference on space exploration, which is going to happen in India, New Delhi, in 2025 May. So in that, whatever your question, whatever you ask the question, the security aspects of space exploration will be discussed. So I request you please block your dates for Delhi Global Conference on Space Exploration 2025.
Well, then I'll have to take a turn to say, and we'd love to see you in Colorado, April 8 through 11 for the Space Symposium. Any questions from the audience real quick? We've probably got time for maybe 1 or 2.
Yeah.
Told you, everybody is waiting for Elon.
Yeah, I am seeing a huge crowd there. They are all waiting for Elon Musk's interview. So it is nice. And actually, I just want to tell one more thing. As a Vice President of IAF, I want to emphasize on our SIS agenda. A lot of activities are going on that. That is sustainability, investment, and security. This agenda is going into a very big form with many 3 important committees or committees on sustainability, investment, and security are discussing, charting out many of the programs. So within the 3 years time frame, I hope a definite document will come out on SIS agenda. Please follow our SIS agenda through iafastro.org as well.
Thank you. Thank you. Another comment? I'm sorry.
If you don't have any questions, I would like to encourage all of us to look at the opportunities of secure space and not only at the risk. The technology need to be developed, and once there is a new technology there, opportunities are going to be open. So I encourage all of us to look at the opportunities and not only at the risk.
Great.
Yeah, I just want to make one more comment. And we were discussing about Earth orbits. Now these security threats or collision threats are going to other areas like cislunar, lunar orbits. So because as a number of space exploration missions will go up, that also will become a concern. So it is better to take care, all the agencies take care that issue, that is close approaches or sustainability of the cislunar region, also into consideration while designing the missions. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'd like to thank the audience. For any of you who came in thinking you were going to hear Elon Musk right now, just consider us the warm-up act. He'll be on in a little bit. Please join me in a round of applause for our panelist here.
Attention all operators on countdown 1. We're going to start our go, no go poll for today's flight. Raptor 1. Go. Raptor 2. Go. Stage 1.
Good morning. On your screen is Starship as it awaits our first ever integrated flight test from Starbase Texas.
Flight directors go for flight. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, ignition, 2, 1. We have liftoff.
Starship vehicle, tower clear, we're into pitch over. Onboard view from Starship. What a sight! We're flying at twice the thrust of the Saturn V heading to space.
Execute. That's another engine.
Welcome and greetings from the 74th International Astronautical Congress here in Baku, Azerbaijan. I'm Clay Morey, President of the IAF, the world's largest international space organization with over 500 members from 77 countries around the world. It's my privilege today to host this live stream chat with Elon Musk, who's Chairman, CEO, Founder, and Chief Technology Officer at SpaceX. Elon is also the winner of this year's prestigious IAF World Space Award that recognizes his exceptional impact on the progress of world space activities through his outstanding contributions in space technology and space management. Welcome, Elon.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Elon, I don't know if you can see, we have a huge packed auditorium here in Baku with a huge also live audience. We're streaming this on X and on the IAF web app, so thank you for joining us today. Let's talk rockets.
Absolutely.
All right, let's talk really big rockets. Okay, let me take you guys back in time a little bit. 15 years ago, I think it was a week past, SpaceX successfully on its 4th attempt launched the Falcon 1 to space, to orbit. And I think it carried, if I'm correct, a 165 kilogram payload. Today, you're,
yes.
oh, go ahead.
It was just a test payload on the 4th launch, so no actual satellite, because the first 3 launches unfortunately had failed. So we didn't want to risk the 4th launch with an actual satellite. But we're very happy to have launched a Malaysian satellite on the 5th launch of Falcon 1. Yeah.
Fantastic. So let me make the contrast. Today, you're preparing for the 2nd launch of Starship, which has the ability to launch up to 150 metric tons in a reusable configuration. If I'm doing the math, and you're better than this at me, 900 times the capability, roughly, of Falcon 1? Am I getting?
Yes. Falcon 1 looks like a child's toy by comparison.
It's a staggering achievement, what you've done in 15 years, and all the team at SpaceX, I think we're all just in awe of how fast that progress has been made. And to pioneer reusability for orbital launch systems is, I think, something to be tremendously proud of, both for you and the team there. It stands, this vehicle now, I think something like almost 400 feet tall, roughly over 120 meters. It's a massive Starship spacecraft and super heavy rocket itself, collectively known as Starship. and it produces more thrust than the SLS system, the Saturn V, and Russia's old N-1 rocket. Is that correct?
Yes, the current version of the Starship produces just over twice the thrust of Saturn V, and with the upgrades we have in the works, it'll do about 3 times the thrust. So Saturn V in the sort of old Imperial system would have been 7.5 million pounds of thrust. We're at about 16 right now, and we with future engine upgrades, we'll take that to about 20 million pounds of thrust.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Simply amazing. So I know you guys have said you learned a lot from the April 17th, from this first launch attempt. There's been some upgrades to the vehicle. I think it's a Booster 9 now that you're launching with Ship 25. Is that correct? Geeking out on the numbers. Yeah, the kids that follow online.
These numbers are maybe a little, it's not quite the 25th booster, because what would happen is we would redesign we would make a new design, and then we'd actually scrap units that were in progress. So it's 25 is perhaps, it sounds like we built 25 units, but we haven't actually built 25 units. We built probably about 12. Still a lot. Yeah, but the way you think of it really is that this is Flight 2, and has a number of upgrades on both the ship side and the booster side. We've done a lot more with engine isolation, which is incredibly important. We've tried to draw as many lessons as possible from the Soviet N-1 rocket, which is probably the closest in design to Starship. I believe it had 29 NK-33 engines, if I recall correctly. That was quite a high thrust rocket. And unfortunately, I think actually that rocket, on all things considered, was a great design, but did not receive sufficient ground testing, so never made it to orbit. But that would have been the sort of the closest, probably parallel to Starship. Really the biggest difference, the most fundamental difference of Starship is that it is designed to be fully reusable, with both the booster and the ship, or both the first and second stage are designed to be fully and rapidly reusable. So for a truly profound revolution in mass to orbit, you have to have I call it the four R's: rapidly reusable, reliable rockets. RRR.
I love it.
Like a pirate.
R. Everybody give me an R. R. All right. So what does success look like for this flight number 2? What does success look like for you? What are you trying to achieve?
Well, I do want to set expectations, well, not too high. So there's a tremendous amount of new technology in this rocket. We have actually changed the entire stage separation system from something that was I'm not sure how to describe this, but kind of just a rotation and flip. We're trying to move to a passive stage step system where you don't have pushers, essentially. To try to eliminate parts. There's no pushers, no interstage like Falcon 9 has. With Flight 2, we're actually trying to do hot staging. So hot staging would mean that we light the ship or upper stage engines while the boost engines are still partially thrusting. So we throttle down and shut down most of the booster engines. Then we light the ship engines, and there's a vent area which looks comically small, actually, which hopefully is enough, because you're essentially blasting the top of the booster with the ship. Now this is actually, from a physics standpoint, the most efficient way to do stage separation, and the Soviets and later the Russians made extensive use of hot staging. But of course, this is the first time we're doing it, so I would say that's the riskiest part of the flight for Flight 2. And if the engine's light and the ship doesn't blow itself up during stage step, then I think we've got a decent chance of reaching orbit. Technically, it's a scooch below orbit because it's going to do almost a complete circle of the Earth, but then splash down somewhere in the Pacific, just off the coast of Hawaii, because the ship is designed to re-enter and has a heat shield. So we want to make, now we don't know if this, we think it'll work, but we aren't sure if it'll work. So if it doesn't work, we want it to not work over the Pacific, which is a very large body of water, with almost no people on it. So.
Excellent target. Excellent target.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I always think it's funny that people call Earth because Earth is water. Earth is 70% water, and if you take an actual round version of the Earth, not a Mercator projection, but at the globe, and you center it on the Pacific, it just looks like water. It's like, where's the land? So anyway, this is quite helpful when you're doing experimental rocket flights.
So how many more test flights are coming up, and when do you think you're going to try to catch Starship on a tower?
With our giant Mechazilla?
Yes.
Giant Mechazilla. Listen, I saw Kong versus Godzilla, and that's what gave me the idea. In fact, if we gave our tower legs, it could just tromp around like Mechazilla. But we have a giant custom-designed tower with massive mechanical arms that will literally try to catch the booster and catch the ship. Which it sounds insane. I mean, I haven't even seen a sci-fi movie that does this, But in theory, it should work. Let's just say success is in a set of possible outcomes. I'm not sure what the probability is, but success is somewhere in that. Is success possible? Yes, I think it's possible. In terms of catching it, I think. For the ship side, we obviously want to make sure that it actually comes in fully intact and lands at a precise location in the Pacific before we try to catch it at the launch site, because we're taking every precaution we can so that we do not risk any human lives or destruction of property. So it'll be a few flights. So for the ship, it'll be when we see the ship landing at a precise position in the water. That's when we will try to catch the ship with our Mechazilla on the tower. The booster, obviously, booster flights we've done many times on Falcon 9, so we're much more familiar and have a much higher confidence with booster recovery. We've actually had the booster boost back to land and land at Cape Canaveral Air Force Base many times, albeit with landing legs, not with the Mechazilla arms. So booster, I think there's a decent chance, depending on when our licenses are granted, that we would catch the booster within the next year, or maybe less than a year, and then hopefully, if we get lucky, we might catch the ship towards the end of next year.
And where does the catch take place? Is it Willie Mays in the middle of the outfield over his shoulder, or is it Florida somewhere?
No, so both the booster and the ship come back to the launch site.
Okay, fantastic.
Yeah, that's what I mean by this. In fact, I mean the thing that since we need a giant tower with customized arms to lift the booster and the ship onto the launch pad, we don't absolutely need it. We can technically do it with humongous cranes on a low wind day. But that's quite unwieldy. The tower with the arms is capable of lifting the booster and the ship even on a very windy day, or moderately windy day. So then it just seems to me that, well, if we can lift the ship and the booster, the ship onto the launch stand, or the booster onto the launch stand and the ship onto the booster with those same arms, we should be able to catch the booster and the ship with those same arms. We've gotten pretty good with with the thruster-based landing. And in fact, we can make this, we can make the rocket hover in midair. In fact, we were able to do that many years ago. If you look at the old Falcon 9 test videos, which we called Grasshopper, where we'd actually take the Falcon 9 booster and we'd have it just go up and hover at 100 meters and then translate over another 100 meters, then translate back and then come back and land. So we were able to do that really over a decade ago. It's not obviously very efficient with propellant to have a rocket hover, but it can be done. So that was, I was like, okay, well, let's just have the rocket come back and, you know, hover briefly, and have then the arms come together and catch it. So that's the general idea. Is going back to what I was saying, it's not just reusability, it's rapid reusability, and it doesn't get more rapid than bringing it back to the launch site. And so in principle, the booster comes back very fast, by the way. One way or another, that booster is coming back to land, or it's going to land fast, because with the high thrust to weight that we're aiming for, which is sort of on the order of 1.3 to 1.4, and a staging ratio which is currently about 3 to 1 in favor of the booster. So propellant to the propellant on booster to propellant on ship is about 3 to 1 on the current version, but it's trending closer to 2 to 1 on with future versions. That means that we're shifting more and more of the delta V burden to the ship side. That means the booster actually uses up its propellant quite quickly, and we'll trend towards only about 100 seconds or so of booster flight. And the booster will immediately flip around, boost back to the launch site and land. And so it really, we're talking about the booster being back at the launch site in about 4 or 5 minutes, which is pretty wild to think. It's like a 5-minute booster basically. It's landed somehow, whether it's either crashed or it's landed it's been caught by the arms, one of the two, and within 5 minutes. And so then it lands back on the launch stand, and you can then refill propellant. The booster, the ship side obviously is going to take a minimum of an hour and a half to get around the planet. Still going pretty fast, but you got to circle the globe. And obviously that depends on what inclination, and so what's your launch azimuth, what's your inclination of the booster as to whether it has a flight coming back over the launch site or not. If it's technically possible to do it in a single orbit, depending upon your launch inclination.
Very good.
So the booster could come back in an hour and a half. The ship could come back in about an hour and a half.
Any prediction on when you're going to start deploying satellites with Starship?
Yeah, I think we will start deploying. I think there's a good chance we start deploying Starlink V3 satellites next year, in roughly a year from now. Because before we are confident that the ship, like I said, the hardest part about this, or the part that will take the longest, is solving for safe ship reentry and landing. But before we solve that, we can launch the satellites, because in any case with Falcon 9, the upper stage is expendable. So it's actually fine to start launching satellites even before we solve for ship reusability. That is the hardest part of the equation. So with Falcon 9, we've gotten pretty far with reusability. The booster, it's now highly unusual for the booster to not come back and land. It's gotten quite normal for the booster to come back and land. We now have a couple of boosters that have done 17, I think 18 flights at this point. And the fairing is also recovered, so the fairing reusability is also solid. But the Falcon 9 design does not allow for reusability of the upper stage. And the Falcon 9 while reasonably rapid, especially if you've got a return to launch site landing. Still takes at least a few days to refurbish before you can fly it again. And so with Starship, actually more profound than the size is the fact that it is designed to be fully and rapidly reusable. The reason for the absurd size is that we're trying to build something that is capable of creating a permanent base on the moon and a city on Mars. That's why it is so large. Otherwise, we could make it much smaller.
So I think the diameter of Starship inside the envelope is something like 9 meters, and inside the top envelope is about 17.5 meters of usable volume. This is an incredible amount of space, right? Unheard of volume. What does that open up the possibilities? What kind of things can we fit in that space? What does it mean for the industry as we look ahead? Maybe you can give me how many whales or how many Starlinks can you stuff in there? I don't know what the right metric is, but give us a sense of size.
Well, I mean, like when you step into the Starship bearing or payload volume, it looks like a cathedral. It looks absurd, frankly. It's like, wow, this is ridiculously gigantic. That was my first impression when I first went up there in a man lift and climbed through the little hole for the Starship initial rough prototype. I was like, like, what have we done? This thing is ridiculously big. So now this actually can be great for science, though. One of the exciting projects that we're working with is with the Sol Perlmutter at Berkeley on a telescope, a space telescope, that is able to use it's got an enormous lens. I think it's perhaps a 7 or 8 meter diameter lens, and it's actually a satellite that was meant for the lens was meant for a ground-based satellite. But if you then take that same satellite and put it in orbit, its capabilities are greatly enhanced because you don't have the obfuscation of the atmosphere. So that's why, for example, the Hubble, which is actually a fairly small telescope, can do better than I think maybe any historical ground satellite, especially in the visual spectrum. So we're very excited about what it can do for space science. Because really at this point, especially for any photons where there's interference with the atmosphere, so any sort of short wavelength photons, you really want your satellite to be in vacuum, or rather your telescope to be in vacuum.
Yeah.
So that's really the future. So I think there's a lot of exciting potential there for planetary, for space science. But like I said, the really fundamentally the reason it's so gigantic is that if you're on a long journey to Mars, I think being cooped up in something the size of a minivan would be unappealing to most people.
Just so comparison for the audience here, I think the Hubble telescope was something like 2.4 meter diameter. Yeah. And so you're talking about, I think, 3 times the size, somewhere along that order for the Mir. That's incredible. We've seen some changes down there in Texas at Starbase. I don't know if that's where you're streaming from here today, but there's a new factory that you're working on to enable a faster manufacturing rate. Can you talk to us a little bit about that? What are your goals? What are you trying to achieve with the new factory?
Yeah, so we are building a giant factory for a giant rocket, I mean, honestly, I recommend people visit Starbase. As it turns out, it's on a state highway, so I think it's one of the rare situations where, and I actually don't mind. I think it's kind of cool that the public can actually drive within a literal stone's throw away from the factory and the launch site, and actually see the rocket firsthand. And in fact, if you go on the internet right now, including on the X platform, there are people who are live streaming it 24/7, the entire construction, launch pad, everything. So it's people say like, well, can I go see it? It's so easy to go see. You can just literally fly to Brownsville and drive to the beach, and you can see it literally a stone's throw away, the factory and the launch site. So anyone who wants to do that, I recommend it. It's very, very easy. No permission required. So yeah, we're building this giant rocket factory. The engines are still manufactured in California at SpaceX headquarters in Los Angeles, which is also it's also an odd location. That's where we built the Falcon 9 rockets and the Dragon spacecraft. Really, about 5 minutes from LAX, at sort of what used to be a Northrop headquarters, I believe. But yeah, we're building this giant factory. So the thing is, so in order to, if you look at in the grand scheme of things, say, okay, what is required to have a self-sustaining base on Mars or city on Mars? You have to really think of it in terms of very large tonnage. And if we could even get the tonnage estimate to correct within an order of magnitude, I think we'd be doing well. I think we should probably aim for something like 1 million tons of useful load delivered to the surface of Mars, which requires roughly 5 million tons to Earth orbit. So, because you get about 20, for whatever mass you get to Earth orbit, you get about 20% of that mass landed to the surface of Mars. Give or take, maybe you can get 25% optimistically. So that's why this thing is so gigantic, is we've got to get 5 million tons to Earth to orbit, which hopefully gets about 1 million tons to the surface of Mars, and hopefully 1 million tons is enough to create a self-sustaining city on Mars.
Incredible. So talking about Mars, any new predictions on when I know this is your ultimate goal, your destination, any predictions on when Starship might land on Mars without crew, maybe a crewed flight? Any prediction there?
Well, I think 3 or 4 years.
4 years. That would
be
something
like.
All right.
I have to check with the Earth Mars. Earth and Mars. Have orbital synchronization about every 26 months. So you can't just fly to Mars when it's on the other side of the sun from Earth. That's unwieldy. So roughly every 26 months, the orbits are in the right relative position, and then you have the Mars transport window. So I think but I think it's sort of feasible within the next 4 years to do an uncrewed test landing there. Yeah.
Didn't have enough on your plate. You're doing a lunar lander version, yes?
Yeah. Well, really, Starship should be a generalized transport system to anywhere in the solar system. That's the intent. With when you have propulsive landing, you can land anywhere, whether there's an atmosphere, no atmosphere. It's not really dependent on water. Obviously, for crewed capsules on Earth, we've generally gone with parachutes and water. And in Russia it's on land, but then they need retro rockets right at the end to sort of slow things down. So a propulsive system should generalize to be able to land anywhere on a solid surface, anywhere on in the solar system. So the moon, while it's sort of dusty, the moon is actually hotter than it's not just a big dust pile. So it's hotter than you'd think. The lunar regolith. So I'm sort of optimistic that we can take a Starship that's fairly unmodified from what would land on Earth or Mars. Obviously, you need legs, but apart from that, I suspect you could land the Starship with minor modifications on the moon. And the same would go for once you have a propellant plant on Mars, you could then go to the asteroid belt and the moons of Jupiter. If you can establish a propellant plant there, then you could go to the moons of Saturn and ultimately all the way out into the Kuiper belt and Oort cloud.
what you're talking about requires propellant transfer, obviously, in orbit. Can you explain to everyone watching why that's necessary and how it works and how you work to progress to make that propellant transfer happen?
Yes, so really propellant transfer is a similar problem to just docking. Now, we've gotten pretty good at docking with the Dragon going to the space station. And docking with the space station is really quite difficult because we didn't design the space station, and the space station has a lot of complexities and has crew on board. So we have to be extremely careful, and so docking with the space station is like, I would say, it's far more difficult to dock with the space station than it would be to dock with our own spaceship. And so propellant transfer just really means that we send a Starship up there with no payload, and it just transfers its propellant to a ship that is already there. So you have to dock with the ship that is going to Mars or the Moon, and transfer the propellant from a version of the ship that has no cargo. Now there'll be a future sort of tanker-optimized version of Starship, where we, we stretch the tanks and have little to no cargo space because that's the optimal thing for a tanker. But you don't have to do that. That'll increase the propellant load of the tanker, or the propellant transferability of the tanker. But it's not absolutely necessary. You could in theory use an unmodified Starship and transfer propellant that way.
So I would imagine that you're doing this, and you may have multiple launches in either rapid succession or maybe multiple pads launching multiple versions of the vehicle. Does that all take place from Texas, and how quickly do those launches have to take place to make this work?
Yeah, we'll have a launch site in Texas as well as in Florida. So we've actually partially built a Starship launch pad at Pad 39A, which is where we launched Falcon Heavy and our crewed Dragon. So we've partially built, and we'll fully build that out over time, and probably have at some point a greenfield location for Starship at the Cape. Now, in the sort of, you say like 4 or 5 year time frame, where perhaps we're launching several times a day, then we may need to go to an ocean-based platform. Just if you're launching, I don't know, 10 times a day, that might be a bit much even for the Cape. I don't know. So we may end up doing platform-based launches from a specially designed sort of ocean-going platform. But we will need to do a lot of launches. I mean, we're talking about thousands of launches per year. So, and so you do get up to the sort of what I was talking about, million tons or 5 million tons to orbit. That if you've got, 1,000 launches a year, each of which do over 100 tons. That's 100,000 tons of a cargo, per year to orbit. It's still not quite enough. I think we'd want to get to roughly 1 million tons of orbit per year, to Earth orbit per year, which would mean that you get to 1 million tons to Mars in 5 years. Now, these are very big numbers, obviously. Just put things into perspective. All of Earth launch capability right now, apart from Falcon, is about 400 tons to orbit per year. Falcon 9 this year will do, I think, around 1,500 or 1,600 tons. So Falcon 9, it's already doing about 80% of Earth mass to orbit. And next year, we expect to increase that by about 40 or 50% on the Falcon side. So, maybe 2,500 tons to orbit for Falcon next year. But these are still small numbers compared to what's required for essentially making life multiplanetary. for making life multiplanetary, you've got to be in the sort of hundreds of thousands to millions of tons to Earth orbit per year.
Unbelievable numbers, really. As somebody who worked in the launch business for several years, it's incredible for me to even try to think about that much mass to orbit in 1 year.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it's absolutely crazy. Ludicrous mode, I think. Yeah, for launch.
Very much so.
Yeah.
But it's either we do that or we're a single planet species forever. So we either achieve those kind of numbers or we will never have a self-sustaining city on Mars.
To building this amazing launch system, you're also working on a Polaris mission that's going to allow, I think, Dragon to open and have people actually floating in space, doing an EVA, and you're building a spacesuit for that. So you can talk to a little bit about that spacesuit, and can you use that same suit on the Moon and Mars and for other missions?
Yeah, so the SpaceX spacesuit, we do expect to evolve that to be something that can be an EVA suit on the ground on the Moon and Mars. It started off initially as really just a pressure suit, just in case there's an emergency depressurization of the spacecraft. So it was basically like a self-contained life support system in suit form. Obviously it will retain that capability, but now for an upcoming flight, we want to do an EVA or extra vehicle, basically go float around in space. Still on a tether, so it's not going to be an independent little space suit that's just flying around. We could do that, and maybe that'll happen on a future flight. But it will be a tethered EVA. You're just out there floating in the void, connected by a thin cord to the spaceship.
Amazing. You put a Tesla in space. This was like an amazing thing to see, a Tesla actually flying into space. So you've already put one of the vehicles in space. Are you thinking about making a Tesla rover, maybe Moon or Mars? Any ideas for a Cybertruck on the Moon?
It would look cool, that's for sure. Now, the nice thing about electric cars is that obviously do not require oxygen to. They're not combustion cars, so they don't have to ingest oxygen from the ambient atmosphere. Yeah, I think Tesla could easily make a car that like a Cybertruck Lunar variant. Just get the Moon option package. Yeah, I mean the reason that we launched the car. The reason we launched the car with heavy, I should say, is it's that we wanted to have something that was exciting as a initial payload, but where the loss of the payload would not be catastrophic. So people wonder why is my car orbiting Earth and Mars? Because it's in an elliptical orbit. And actually, it almost touches like the edge of the asteroid belt and goes past the orbit of Mars. It's just that we weren't sure if the first flight of Heavy would fail or not. And we wanted to just have a payload that was more exciting than a Conqueror.
I thought it was brilliant, really a masterstroke in terms of getting attention of the world, really, to put that in orbit.
Thanks.
Can Starship be used as a space station? How long could it stay in orbit, and what would be the purpose of that? How could that work?
So how long could Starship be in orbit?
Yeah, could it be its own space station? If you wanted to put a Starship up with the capability, a laboratory, how long could that could it stay in orbit and still come down?
Oh, there's no real limit. It could stay in orbit for a very long time. The volume of the Starship fairing is roughly comparable to the volume of the International Space Station. So there's about 1,000 cubic meters of volume in the fairing. And I think space stations a comparable amount. Yeah.
And would have the power to run a lot of laboratory experiments? Sorry.
Yeah. So given that it's a similar volume to the space station, you could do what you're doing in the space station on a Starship if you want. But there's no limit to how long it can stay up there. It's really just you need solar panels, battery, and some thrusters to maintain orbit.
How about point-to-point transportation? I know when you were in Guadalajara at the IAC, you kind of hinted at a little bit of the point-to-point capability of transportation. I can't remember the exact amount of time to get from one side of the world to the next, but can you talk about that? How do you see the future of point-to-point using Starship?
Yeah, so the fastest way with known physics to get from one place to another on Earth is with an intercontinental ballistic missile. This is why ICBMs with nukes are kind of like the ultimate weapon. Now in this case, it's sort of delete the nuke at landing, but it's certainly very feasible. Obviously, if we can take off and land on Mars or the Moon, we can take off and land on Earth too. So it really comes down to a question of is it economically viable compared to long-distance aircraft? And I think our back-of-the-envelope numbers suggest that it actually has a shot at being economically viable for long-distance transport on Earth for a few reasons. The propellant cost is actually quite low, being liquid methane, liquid oxygen. The cost of liquid oxygen is primarily liquid oxygen. It's about 78% liquid oxygen by mass, and roughly 22 or 23% liquid methane. So the propellant cost is it's the lowest cost propellant you could possibly get on Earth, and then because the rocket's moving so fast, you can use it in theory about 10 times more than you could use an aircraft. So so Falcon 9, Starship can go from, let's say, Los Angeles to Sydney or something like that in 20 minutes, basically, maybe half an hour at most. So, whereas I think an airliner takes about 14 or 15 hours. So you've got something which is really much faster than an aircraft, and so for an airliner that you can do basically an order of magnitude more trips with Starship than you can with an airliner, which means that no pilots are needed. In fact, you can't pilot. This is not only a computer can pilot this because human reaction times are not fast enough. So then you don't have the pilot costs, you don't have the food costs, you don't have the you don't really even need bathrooms if you can get there in half an hour. So it actually would work out that it's actually, we think, lower cost than long-distance aircraft.
Okay, you got a little chuckle here in the crowd about the no bathroom line, so I think people are looking forward to it.
Yeah, I mean, it's less than half an hour, you say like, just go before you hop on, and yeah, it'll be there fast. I mean, you could technically, have, I don't know, breakfast in LA, lunch in London, and, dinner in Singapore, and then be back in LA for bedtime.
All right, you heard it here, guys. Huge round of applause here. So you're connecting now, I think, something like 2 million people with Starlink, right? With your satellite communication system and growing rapidly. You're mastering communications from space to Earth, from low Earth orbit. You're now doing inter-satellite links with this system. What do you see for Starlink being used as a relay, let's say, around the Moon, or for comm relay all the way to Mars and back?
Yeah. Well, for Mars, you'd want basically like a laser relay system, essentially. It sort of depends on what bandwidth you're looking for. Obviously, in order to have continuous coverage with Mars, you'd have to have some relay system because you can't transmit through the sun. So when Mars is on, when the sun's between you and Mars, you have to do a bank shot through a relay satellite so that your photons don't have to go through the sun. Then you have to say, well, ultimately we would want, terabit, maybe petabit level data transfer between Earth and Mars. So then you're gonna want probably some relay satellites along the way to be able to do that. It's a bandwidth thing. You'd want to use lasers, and then the laser beam is going to widen with distance, so that then you need to be able to receive the laser beam before it gets too wide. This means that you need a series of satellites in order to communicate with Mars at its furthest distance, especially with very high bandwidth. You can obviously do low bandwidth with longer wavelength photons, but if there's a human city on Mars, you'd want to have very high bandwidth. So therefore, a bunch of lasers. And satellite, Starlink already uses lasers for inter-satellite communication.
So if I may, just a couple more questions. Throughout this week here at the IAC, we've been inspired. There's thousands of young people here. I think 41% of our delegates are under the age of 35, which is incredible by any space conference metric. We get a lot of young people here. There's delegates from the Space Generation Advisory Council, from the Future Space Leaders Foundation, from the YP program here at the IAF. Do you have a message for these young people, the young engineers and scientists that are here? Many of them have been inspired by you. Anything you can say to them about pursuing a career in space, or what motivated you to do all the things that you're doing?
Yeah, I mean, I'm interested in that which furthers civilization, and I think we want to expand the scope and scale of consciousness so as to better understand the nature of the universe, and even to understand which questions to ask. Like, one of the most inspiring books I ever read was The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, where they're trying to understand the meaning of life in the, Hitchhiker's Guide, and the larger message of The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy is that you actually need to know what questions to ask about the answer that is the universe, and we don't yet know what questions to ask. So I'm just curious, really. I'm just curious as to the nature of reality. Where does it all go to? Where does it come from? Where are the aliens, for example? Are there aliens? Or are we alone? People often ask me if I'm seen any evidence of aliens, and I unfortunately have seen no evidence of aliens yet. We are the aliens, as far as I can tell. And I think if anyone would know, it would probably be me, and I've not seen any evidence of aliens. So what that perhaps suggests is that this tiny candle of consciousness that is humanity is all that exists in a vast darkness. And we should do everything we can to ensure that the candle does not go out.
Bound. We've had a wonderful week here in Baku. Yes. So we've had a wonderful week here in Baku. Next year we're going to Milan in Italy for the 75th IAC. We would love to have you come back for sure. If you're in the neighborhood, or you can hop over in a Starship, we would love to have you.
Sure. It would make quite the entry. It's going to land on the roof.
I'll ask the Italian hosts to see if that's possible. So just a fun question at the end. When do you think we can host an IAC in outer space?
That's a great question. Probably less than 10 years.
Let's have it. Well, Elon, I'd like to thank you for joining us today. Congratulations on the World Space Award. Well deserved. and our pleasure. We'd love to have you back. Good luck with your next launch.
Thank you. Thanks. It was an honor to be interviewed. Thank you, everyone.